Um, dream job? Dream job. Honestly, this. Yo, what's up, stream? Like, all right, guys, what's up? What's up, stream? We'll go with the cyan for today. Um, Fable 5 came out. I'm trying something new. We're trying to see if the music plays on YouTube or not. First, let me make sure the YouTube stream is working. We're on Suno, but I'm gonna switch off Suno music. We're trying something new. Yes. Oh, the title changes. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Okay. I don't know how to test this. Hang on. Yo, USA FIFA. USA dominating.
Ad break incoming.
Heard something about USA dominating. Okay, yeah. Yeah, YouTube's microphone only. Wait, so it's 5 FPS though? FPS is choppy? Like everything's choppy, the characters and everything? Okay, let me check something. Let me check something. Check. Checking YouTube. Dude, my YouTube is so behind. Checking. The music's playing. The music's playing. Guys, I think I figured it out where the music doesn't route out to YouTube at all. All right, I think we did it. I'm gonna stay on Suno for a minute. I'm gonna just triple check on my television. I think we figured out something where YouTube doesn't get any music, and only Twitch gets the music. And so now people that want no music can tune in on YouTube, and it means I could stream on YouTube every single day, without fear. I'm still really paranoid though, because I'm still in the window where if I get another copyright strike, it's really bad. I'm like only a couple weeks away from the ban.
Cadden Live Claude paused to ask you something.
Check this before we switch off of Spotify. Nuclear, I feel like that's a Miles link that you just sent me. I'm not even clicking on it yet, but I've already am predicting it's a track. I know how this works. Or it's Rick Roll. Let's see. Dude, you Rick rolled me like so many times for like a whole year straight. Okay, it's Okay, okay. Steel Gaming, what's happening? Here you guys, we're gonna see if we can catch the Fable wave. Um our um our our FPS might take some hits today. We're trying to what I'm gonna throw Fable at is pretty crazy. Oh good, it's on Z+1. Okay. So what we're gonna throw Fable at is we're trying to make all of Caden Live more performant. Caden Live is kind of laggy and stuttery and stuff compared to Adobe Premiere. And it's like all running on basically like 3 or 4 CPU threads. It's not using any hard or GPU acceleration at all for the video editor. So I think this is a good task to throw Fable at. Right now, Opus is working on it. All right, guys. So I'm blasting the music, and I'm gonna turn down my speakers on the hardware, and I'm gonna like turn up my TV volume so I can really triple check the music is not coming through YouTube. I'm super paranoid. As soon as we confirm that, we're gonna go back to the awesome drum and bass rollers that Spotify was just serving us on the algo all last night. Check, 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 checking. Taking the mic on YouTube. Music sounds great. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, all right. So what I did today is I'm multi-streaming to YouTube, but I figured out how to make it so that there's zero music on YouTube. Oh, it's awesome. My God, it's so good. Oh yeah, you guys. All right.
Cadden
We're not
Live
doomed to
Claude
Suno.
needs your input before it continues. Streaming tools make all the difference. Yeah. The custom fork of OBS that Claude has just been like constantly has been insanely useful. Guys, let's hope I don't get a copyright strike. No copyright strike today. Let's hope. I'm going to keep my email tab open just in case. All right, we're going to Cloud has been insanely what? Useful for turn on something on the Let me feed the cat some dry food. She's in the way. Woo! Okay, guys. We've done it. We can go listen to Spotify freely. Again, feel free to check out the stream on YouTube. To help me confirm that there's no music. I know I've said this, like I checked it myself like twice in different ways. Nuclear just checked it also, but I'd appreciate if more people check it once I get Spotify rolling here. Because again, I do not want a second copyright strike on YouTube. They are ruthless. Here's the link to the YouTube stream today. If anyone wants to pitch in and make sure that the music isn't bleeding through on there. So I think this is how the setup's gonna work now. So I can multi-stream to YouTube every day. Oh, there's two of my cameras, by the way, because we're starting to work on getting the thing happening where I can pick you guys up and throw you and stuff in the chat. But I think this is how I'm gonna operate for a little bit. We'll see how this goes. where this is my first test in trying to fix the music versus no music dilemma when streaming, because like I was just watching Bridge Mine today, no music on the YouTube stream, dude. All right, so this is what I'm gonna do now, because like I was just watching Bridge Mine's vibe coding stream this morning, and he literally did a poll in the chat um for music or no music for his stream. It is completely even split. It was like 50% of people, 52% of people wanted no music, and 48% wanted music in the poll that he did with like 3,000 people in his YouTube chat. So this is my rule of thumb in general. Oh, wait a minute. We have double cameras right now. I'm gonna fix this. This is my rule of thumb in general, when for what you should add as an optional setting to a video game or a piece of software or anything. If the user base literally is almost a 50-50 split down the middle on something, then that's when you should make something a settings option, right? In the context of a video game, it's either like a hide or show or a behavior change of like a piece of UI, or like how like some sort of gameplay works, or like keyboard combos or something like that. Like as soon as you can get UX, like user data, and it clearly shows as a 50-50 split, add it as an optional setting, and it will greatly increase the surface area of the amount of people that can just pick up and use your product, like without thinking about it, and just use it intuitively. It reduces friction for a lot of people when you can make those 50-50 splits optional. Clip that.
Clip saved. Grab the last few minutes up to 17 minutes 29 seconds in. Building the short in the background.
Okay. That was something I thought about this morning that's worth making a clip out of. Yo, thanks for the damn. Those follow notifications. I need a font change on them. Yo, we're gonna start putting like a daily follow goal, you guys, on the screen somewhere. We're gonna vibe code that today. We're gonna put it over here because the overall goal is we want 100K followers on all platforms: YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Twitch. Trying to add them all up. I don't know who can live without music. With the right music, I can truck in a semi 18 plus illegal hours across America. No sweat, and a great diet for the day for sustained energy, as I've done over and over again, sunset, sunrise. Yeah, no, music's great when you're on a mission like that. But something specifically about Twitch streams that are focused on like co-working and technical stuff. A lot of people in this channel, a lot of people that are builders, that are like intense creators and stuff like that, and motivated, driven people. They're also highly opinionated and like have very specific taste in lots of things, and especially music. So there's a lot of people that in the software and game dev and co-working streams, they just want to layer somebody chatting in the back, like as if they're working with them in an office or something. You know what I mean? Not necessarily like they don't necessarily want to be tapped into the same music that person is. I mean, but the same even goes for just chatting streams. Like anybody that's like a commentary streamer, like Asmongold or something, they don't ever have music. I get it because it layers better with it makes it for better like second screen content, you know. But I agree for driving across the country, dude. You just need music and like Red Bulls and stuff. Caveman Crafting, what's up? You're not here for a rave? Well, I got you covered. I figured out today my YouTube stream is music free. So now when people want to watch my stream without music, they can go to the YouTube channel. And what I'm thinking, so we're going to try this setup for a little bit where YouTube's no music, Twitch is music, and see if people can just like get on board with that vibe. And then the other option that we've explored is turning all of my music into a internet radio station, where it's literally like a dedicated website, like this internet radio station that I like called Bass Drive. I don't have them bookmarked here. Yeah, so this is the other like this website. They just have literally a browser player for a 24/7 internet radio station. You listen on YouTube and chat on Twitch. There you go. Yeah, so what I'm thinking about doing is another evolution of the no music split is potentially taking all of my music that I'm listening to and then routing it through an internet radio station on my website. And we might try that as an experiment. I'm going to have like one of my regular rotating chat messages will be, hey, want to listen to the music with the stream? Then load up this website and hit the play button and you'll get the internet radio station. I don't know what the latency is going to be like on it, though. That's the only problem. Because if I'm like, damn, this song is awesome, you know what I mean? Like, right when it drops and it's awesome, then like, and it's out of sync by 30 seconds, then that's no bueno. But so that's the other option I'm exploring. Really, at the end of the day, like fucking Twitch and YouTube need to implement this as a UI feature for viewers because, again, it's one of those things where it's a 50-50 split. So that's when you should always add it as a settings option. Yeah, so that's the other path we might try to take in like a week from now is isolate my music to an internet radio station that people can opt into that are like regulars in the stream and know what's up. You know what I mean? But I honestly think the UX and the friction for that type of split experience is probably has an equal amount of pros and cons as literally just keeping it split between Twitch and YouTube. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Anyways, this is an experiment we're trying today, you guys. I'm going to throw a little rotating message in the chat saying, let's go here to stream. So we're going to throw Fable at a couple projects today. We're going to throw Fable at GPU acceleration of Kdenlive, the open source video editor that I have a fork of. We're going to throw Fable at just across the board, trying to leverage as many CPU threads, like at least half of my CPU threads and my GPU to get the performance, the resolution, the playback quality of like the preview window to be like just as smooth or actually hopefully even better than Adobe Premiere. So Kdenlive's a little bit choppy. It's a little bit slow, a little bit unresponsive when I'm scrubbing. And if I hit the play button, it kind of like, yeah, you can see the frames are stuttering and stuff. It does that even when I'm not streaming. This video editor is what you would expect from an open source video editor, which is just like, it's a little bit shitty. Like, it's like comparing Blender's sculpting tool set to ZBrush. ZBrush is way more performant and smooth. Issue with your compression engine? Maybe. We could ask you to look at it. But right off the bat, Claude was telling me it doesn't leverage my GPU whatsoever. It's not using any like NVIDIA codecs or anything when it's doing the playback. It's only like 3 CPU threads or something is running through. Bad, so Like the decode encode libs, right? That's why I'm thinking this is a Fable task today. So this is something we're gonna use to take advantage of Fable. You know what I mean? I think this is a good, really difficult programming task to throw Fable on. Streaming platform. Oh, is that what we're throwing Fable on today? Are you gonna replace Twitch with Fable? Fable, make a new Twitch that's better. Make no mistakes. Make it secure. Anti-thrive these days, especially the shade the CEO has been throwing at open source models. Yo, well, I saw. Did you see that same clip that got like reposted like virally a lot on Twitter this week, where he's at the Senate hearing? He's talking about open source is dangerous. I saw like a bunch of community note fact checks on Twitter that what he's saying, that clip is from 2023. Actually, just FYI. So I don't know if you saw that same clip, but for some reason people dug that up from 2023 and it went like viral like this past week so that people could just find another reason to hate on Dario, because there's a lot of reasons to hate on Dario. But people are actually digging up something older. I wonder if his view is the exact same, like still. Who knows? I feel like there was more fear around AI like 3 years ago than there is now. Now everyone's like, oh, this is kind of just like computing 2.0. Okay, so let's ask this guy, like, hey, our routine stream messages that we post every like 30 minutes with the Null chat hub. Can you replace my YouTube one that says like follow my YouTube for more game dev ramblings? Can you still have it link my YouTube, but it says want to listen without music? Go watch the stream on YouTube, and then links to the channel. All right, guys. So we're gonna change our messaging in the chat to show we're trying something new today. If you guys want to listen to my stream without music, tune in on YouTube. Twitch is where the party's at.
Done with the task.
Twitch doesn't give a fuck about copyright strikes. They do a little bit, but not like YouTube. So we can do whatever we want. Twitch is the party. Music visualizers make sense on Twitch. YouTube's the co-work layer where I'm gonna yap. That's it. Yeah, I didn't see it back in 2023, but that is still a crap take. Yeah, I'm just saying, I wonder if his take is still the same this year compared to that clip that for some reason people decided to just virally share like just this week. Using my interface, Gemini has been performing more than 18% better than Opus 4.8 and giving surprisingly better results. 7 times faster, allowing me to build at near the speed of thought. That's interesting. I wonder if there's some proprietary hardware stuff going on. Did you guys see the announcement today that the first wave of Frontier models running on burned in transformer specific hardware is happening this summer? It's this company called Etch. There's a bunch of people that I've seen that are doing the same thing, like the Talus chip. I just saw it this morning on my Twitter feed. Oh, this was stupid as shit. This is in the news now? Yo, we'll talk about this in a second here. I'll show you guys my fucking take on this is BS. I'm glad Extra Emily got suspended. That was so stupid too. Okay. We're looking for etched. See if we can find tweets. Here we are. So this is the first company to market with transformers burned in, the transformer architecture burned into the chip, and they're saying they have their first fully built data rack, which everybody else has like a little demo chip. This company finally has a real full data center rack with transformer architecture burned into the chip, and they're claiming they're getting 10x throughput on state-of-the-art Frontier right now. And their first racks are going to ship this summer. 400, a team of 400 engineers from NVIDIA, people that worked on the TPU at Google, people from TSMC, SK Hynix, Broadcom. Crazy. So the Talus chip looks like a dream with 16,000 tokens a second, but it looks like we're going to get at least like a midpoint jump to like 300 to 400 tokens per second by the fall. These things are going to be in place. So that's another one of those. Oh, and then the wattage usage is like the same as current racks apparently. Low voltage, high throughput. So already here's another order of magnitude hardware jump that's going to make tokens even cheaper. Pretty insane. Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw, I commented on this today. This is getting a couple likes. It's not even credited. Well, it looks cool. All right, dude. But this was going viral. Seth Rogen's like, what happened to rich people building libraries and all this stuff? No one does that anymore. And yeah, why the fuck is he not building a library? But I don't know if you guys know, like, the richest woman on the entire world is building art museums and medical centers and stuff, but in Arkansas. So that's trending right now. That is a terrible statement by him. Anyways, that was a random Twitter tangent. No more Twitter today. But the etch thing's the most important thing. Tokens are coming down. Let's see. You've been running 100% open code using Kimi Cloud. Oh yeah, were you the one that told me the subscription's super cheap on Kimi?
Ad break incoming.
I think the webcam thing inside of the tunes is too choppy. Yeah, I don't like it. You built a rapport with your OpenClaw agents. You know how they will behave, respond. You have to play audio when it's done too. I thought I was the weird one. I my OpenClaw Mac play different R2, D2 clips when it's done. Yeah, a lot of people are doing that. It's because, you're not just staring at what the agents are doing. A lot of times you're QA testing stuff that another agent did when one of them finishes, and it's nice to know. I saw Bridge Mine today. He just has like a little ding like sound. I haven't used OpenClaw yet, or I started there we go. All right, we're back to the normal camera.
Claude squash the burger.
I haven't used OpenCloud yet. I started to build some kind of IDE, but you didn't finish either way. I think Anthropic has been playing dirty, a near ripoff, considering they changed the selected model to lesser models automatically, but default, so users really are using the model. Yeah, I think Anthropic's still bottlenecked on compute. Kimi on Olama is like 20 a month, lower tier, and should work well for one agent OpenCloud sub. You're gonna have 5 or 6 executive agents, a crap ton of subs. I might try something. Loving the waveform outline. Thanks, man. I had the idea for this when, like, a couple of weeks ago when we got the visualizer working, but I just put it in last night. It took a while for Claude to get it to look all right. Also, we added a new option today, Jiggy. If you feel like watching the stream at all without music, I figured out how to multi-stream to YouTube with no music. Never seen anything like that before? Thanks, man. Well, that's what we're here to do. We're here to out vibe code, making the stream awesome. We're here to we're here to do crazy things with the stream and vibe coding that people have never seen before. Oh, I fixed my ghosty terminal coloring, you guys, last night for the rice. What's up, Nasrul Mansoor? What's up, dude? We got our first YouTube. No, wait. We have the other Caveman's also watching on YouTube. But check it out, you guys. Our vibe coded avatars at the bottom. They what do we have here? Vibe coding, man. It's Fable 5 day. I'm basically doing stuff to make the stream cool, make my operating system AI native, make all of my tools AI native, my game engine, my video editor, my image editor, Krita, and just build the movement, man. I'm making like a multimedia company. So games, animated series, all kinds of stuff. Here's the website for the company. We got like physical merch. I've got some games that are coming up. One of them is just early access right now. People can buy. The other one is free. It's a MUD that people can play in the web browser. And we're trying to eventually make an MMO that takes place in the world that you can go explore on the website. The website also has a bunch of educational tools that we vibe coded. If you're interested, we have a computer science study guide for basically all of undergrad is here, and then like all the advanced stuff is here. We've got like an AI study guide here. We got a cat that's in the way on my freaking camera. Yep, I saw World of Cloudcraft. She knows I'm trying to do a marathon Fable stream today. She's got to get in the way. We got more new people here. Just let you guys know we're trying a new setup today. You want to listen to the stream with music? Tune in on Twitch. You want to listen without music? Tune in on YouTube. Choose your own adventure. Avalanche. What a pointless thing. You make study platform vibe coding, which make pointless to see these materials. I don't think so, man. Like, I didn't know that much about. There's visual diagrams. I think understanding literally like how memory works, or understanding understanding how memory works and concurrency and all this stuff. the more you understand and the more jargon that you have access to, the better you can steer your AI. So when I see it talking about, you know, ring buffers and how many threads we're allocating for the compiler and like all this stuff, I'm telling it to tweak those things because I catch what it's doing, and I'm like, okay, we'll actually allocate more threads to this, you know, whatever. But there's people out there that are vibe coding that don't even know what threads are. You know what I mean? Real hand programming to get it? Yeah, but to get it at what level? Just even telling the AI like how like profile the performance of our game engine, right? And it profiles it. And then you ask it, okay, how parallelized are the tasks? How many threads are you splitting it up between? You know, how are things bouncing back and forth between the VRAM or the RAM? How's the resource allocation split up? You know, what's the footprint look like of that? Just even if you even start asking those questions, you get more performance out of the shit that you're vibe coding than somebody that doesn't even think to ask those questions. It's like web security. If you just tell it vibe code a website and somebody's completely new to programming, the most it'll do by default is like hash your passwords that you're storing in the database, but it won't hash the tokens, and it won't like put rate limiting on your API endpoints. It won't do any of that shit unless you know, like, at least to ask it to do that. You know what I mean? So people get more just by even knowing the terminology. You know what I mean? When they talk to AI. If you don't even know to ask the right questions at all, then it won't implement any of that shit on its own. You know what I mean? So that's why I think it's still important for people to learn. You're a builder also, Nasrul. Good luck. Thanks, man. We're all builders here. That's the wonderful thing about vibe coding. I have something similar to this for my SaaS I'm working on. My SaaS is targeting the high net worth family offices and allows them to create custom tailored e-learning courses for skill development. That's pretty cool. This is the point. Vibe coders cannot understand it. I learned how to code websites with just W3 schools back in the day. Lots of folks would laugh at me, but I could code circles around them. You need first hand coding, then you can vibe code like a pro. I would agree. I'm against vibe coding. That's why I leak code. Let me give you an example. Explain sliding window purpose to a vibe coder in terms of reliable ACK protocol based on UDP. Okay, he will read it with no way to understand. Yeah, that's true. Like, I don't know exactly. Like, I don't even know exactly that specific case that you're talking about, but I can picture what a sliding window is. I can picture how, but that's because I've done a lot of programming before vibe coding existed, right? And I have a computer science degree. And I know what an ACK protocol is, for like TCP, for example, where it has to do a handshake to acknowledge that the packet's arrived. But you're totally right. I think that here's what I think most people should do in general going forward into the vibe coding future is I think just like kind of how bodybuilders go through like a bulk phase and a cutting phase. I think that anyone that wants to do programming or make software should absolutely alternate between what I'm calling a building phase and a study phase. And you have to figure out which phase you should be in at any given moment in your life and alternate, right? And when you're in the study phase, you should use AI as like a guide and kind of like a tutor. But you should hand code, like you're saying. Like you should hand code and you should read and study stuff. You should do both together. You know, you should follow the normal path of learning where you hand code some stuff You hit a wall, then you go follow like tutorials or something, or kind of use AI to give you hints, but not actually do the coding for you. Yo, thanks for the follow, J Codes More. Big day, Fable 5 day. If you guys want to watch the stream, by the way, without music, watch it on YouTube. If you want to watch it with music, tune in on Twitch. I've managed to figure out how to split them both. So experience the stream whichever way you prefer. Fable 5 is God. We're about to give it a try. You're starting a religion? Okay. Nate Stark, what's up? What's up? Going good, dude. It's Fable 5 day. We're trying to catch the wave. Trying to catch the algo wave for Fable 5 today. We're multi-streaming on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. There's no music on YouTube, but there's music on Twitch. Take whichever one you want. You can't attack a Vandercell, but you can duel people. Challenge somebody to a duel with exclamation point duel and then their username. You gotta specify who you're trying to fight. Yeah, to finish addressing what Avalanche is saying, I believe that 100% people from going forward into the future with AI now should designate periods of time where they have a bunch of ideas that they want to try to turn into a business or something real, or they have some tools they need to build that help their life out. Oh, we got to speed up the duel today. I added the walk animations and stuff, and now it takes too long. I also thought I tuned their damage to be like double for players, so it should have go faster. We'll speed up the duels. But yeah, anyways, to end the story, I think that we should all be like, okay, I'm in a study phase in life. I'm going to cancel most of my AI subscriptions or wind them down to the lowest tier for the next month or two. Read study guides, code practice projects by hand, do leak code problems, study data structures, algorithms, whatever, for like a month or two. And then when you're like, okay, I learned a lot, then you can be like, okay, I know what I want to build. I'm going to build something. Then you go back into a build phase, wind up all your AI subscriptions, ramp them back up to full. And all the knowledge you gain from a study phase now is worth 5x when you go back to using AI tools. You know what I mean? I feel like that's why it's still valuable to do the manual learning and the hand coding stuff and the studying in a study phase. It's because, every little bit of knowledge you gain is probably worth about 5 times more when you go back to AI world. Oh, man, it's down to the wire. Guys, let's speed up the duel. I thought we increased the player health. Hey, can you add, oh, grats, J Codes More. Finish him. Let's speed up the duels a little bit, you guys. Hey, can you add combat logging for the duel feature? It looks like it's going a little too slow now that we have the proper animation state machine for making people walk up to each other. So, hey, if they have a run loop, make sure you use the run loop for the approach before the attack, and increase their move speed by twice right now. And then the second thing is, I thought we doubled the potential range of player damage so that they would chunk each other out a little bit, twice as fast, roughly, during duels. And I'm not seeing that. It looks like they're kind of going at the same speed. So please add combat logging so that we can review it after the next duel. Dude, I love Parakeet. I switched to NVIDIA Parakeet for my Oh wait, dude, it's parked in RAM right now. Hang on. Let's move Parakeet back to the GPU. Let's ask it to unload and the text to speech. Let's put it back in GPU. All right. Let's put the video matting back in GPU also off of RAM and CPU. Guys, this is a really cool tool I've been loving that I built into my taskbar. It's a model manager. So it lets me at any time, I just drag and drop to switch which models are loaded in GPU. and VRAM, and then which models are loaded in RAM and using CPU. I think this is a cool. It's kind of like driving a car on manual at the moment. I think it's a cool concept, but I think it'll get outdated very quickly. I feel like in 5 years from now, I'm gonna have a We're gonna have like desktop PCs worth like 5 to 10 grand that just have like 512 gigs of unified memory, and it won't matter anymore. But for now, it's pretty sweet for getting the most juice I can out of the 4090. Nasser, I didn't finish my school studies because of AI this year. What do you mean? Do you mean you like dropped out of college, or do you mean I'm curious what you mean by that exactly. Jay Coatsmore, it'd be sick if your character got bigger the more duels they win. We have a power up redeem in on Twitch right now. If you open the redeems menu, you can do power up. And it's kind of unfair. Only the Twitch users get it, actually, now that I think about it. The YouTubers don't get it. By the way, you guys, my stream characters, stream tunes, I'm calling it, instead of stream avatar. The stream tunes, you guys should, in theory, be able to, yeah, the power up stacks up to 4x. It's a 25% increase in health and damage and a 6% increase in crit chance with each stack. It lasts for 2 minutes. Costs 300 channel points. It's useful to try to survive the ad breaks right now. We're going to add more features to it today. All right, let's switch our so our video editor. We have an open source fork of Kdenlive because I am on Linux and we're trying to replace Premiere, Adobe Premiere, and OBS H.264 needs 37 decode surfaces. Okay, the headline for the handoff. Do what Claude has to say here. So the performance in Kdenlive, which is an open source video editor, not great. If I like scrub through, it's like choppy. It clips my audio a little bit. If I hit play, it's like laggy before it stops and plays. The resolution tends to be pretty bad in the preview window. It's just nowhere near as performant as Adobe Premiere is. But here's the thing, is all the software that I'm replacing Adobe with on my desktop, Krita and Kdenlive, they're open source, so I forked them. So we're using the fact that we forked them to throw Claude at literally fixing every complaint I have about the UI, the UX, or the performance of our custom forks of these open source Adobe suite alternatives. So I think this is an appropriate thing to switch Claude over to Fable for. Is broadly just asking it, like, figure out how to do more GPU acceleration with Kdenlive to make it just buttery smooth like Premiere. Because right now, according to Claude, Kdenlive is using 0 GPU acceleration. It's not using any GPU at all for the decoding and like encoding or anything in the video editor. And it was only using like 4 CPU threads. It was the max threads allotted for doing any kind of the buffering or playback. So I think this is a very good use case for Fable today. All right, let's see what it did, or what it's telling me. Multitron, I use a similar concept of VRAM, SysRAM model config type of thing. Your specialized AI-powered prompt to image generator, which is currently the fastest image renderer in the world for AMD graphics cards. That's pretty sick. What's the quality like? I've gotten mixed results with local. Things tend to be like really smeary and stuff for me, and they lose a lot of detail for local. You dropped out of school. What's your plan? Do you have a entrepreneurial plan or idea you're going to try to pursue? Fastest image generator in the world for AMD graphics cards, I meant. That's awesome, man. Okay, let's see what it says about GPU acceleration of our video editor. Stay right now. You're editing on the stable binary, responsive, no scrub blank, no audio experiments, all performance findings plus the proven pipeline and memory perf whip preserved on local branch, Nuldrums perf. So it's doing in a separate branch so that my video editor wouldn't become unstable. Because I was editing shorts this morning. With the next model builds, the whole task is scoped in the memory. A fork proxy profile, the proven all intra invenc command. Invenc is the NVIDIA encoder, I believe, that'll use my video card, similar to like what OBS is running my stream on right now. At full 2K whole source, generated once on the 4090. Enable proxies, rework the threading when from Nuldrums perf, keep the 16 thread render, audio buffer increase to 4096 samples, drop the deep 2-second read ahead buffer. That's what broke scrubbing. Okay, that's why the scrubbing broke. Bundle it all as one performance commit. The headline for the handoff, NVDEC is a dead end inside Kdenlive. Your OBS H.264 needs 37 decode surfaces. MLT's GPU path caps at 32. So it fails and fails back to CPU. FFmpeg works. MLT can't. The real MLT is the video and audio like playback, like or playing engine that Kdenlive is basically just a GUI wrapper around, is what I discovered the other day. Fails or falls back to CPU. The real win is Invenc all intra proxies proven 16 times faster than MLT playback plus instant scrub at full resolution generated on GPU. When I switch to FABLE 5, everything needs to memory pig on build. Okay, we're gonna switch Sky over to FABLE 5. Claude FABLE 5. Does FABLE 5 have a 1M context? Does that use more right now? Probably. Switch set model FABLE 5 and saved as your default. All right, we're in FABLE 5 now for the first time. So I say pick up where the Opus Claude left off and continue with our NVIDIA GPU accelerated version here of Kdenlive that has, with the goal of buttery smooth performance on par or better than Premiere when I am scrubbing through the timeline in the editor and stopping, starting playback frequently while editing. While watching playback, because it's pretty stuttery. All right, let's unload the model that was trying to do tweens for me on this like Fox character. It turned out pretty awful. I tried to use a local model, so here is, I'll show you guys what's going on. So we made a walk animation for the Fox Queen character at the bottom of the screen, and it pops like super hard. See, where is it? You made $15,000 in 6 months thanks to AI. Well, that's pretty good. That's pretty That's decent. Is that really good for like the cost of living where you live? With everything I build, I never use the words on par with, but rather best in the world performance for all the AI tools I've been building, along with never seen before innovative features. That's an interesting prompt engineering choice. Dude, I added a feature to my video preview here. I can scrub through frame by frame with the left and right arrow keys in my just like baseline video preview thing in Linux, and I can see the frame count down here. So it's super useful for this for sprite work for video games now. So I could see right here is a huge pop, and that's why this doesn't loop very well. So I try to fix this by asking Claude to use LTX, a local video gen model, to do some tweens, you know, some in-between frames to try to smooth out that pop. And it looks terrible. The tweens look terrible. It like show you. The tweens are just like mushed out. Like it immediately the local image model loses a ton of fine detail. And like this cane is like mangled. It's lost all of its detail. It's missing a bunch of frames. It barely moved her between multiple frames here. It was really bad. So the local model for doing tweening is kind of a failure. It's sort of sad because I was liking the fact that with a local model in Kling, I'm stuck with 3-second clips minimum. And I can't get what I want, which is a lot of these animations for the characters only need to be like 1 second. And we can't go that low on Kling.
Ad break incoming.
In order to get superior results, I'm very used to AI complaining about challenges. I give it as I force AI. I think it's innovative as possible and well, stellar results. Nice. That's what I've managed to get with my game engine and even all the tools and the streaming and stuff. It's way more performant. Ad breaks here. We're all gonna die again for sure. This thing is just brutal. Make the damage have one source of truth for characters. Yeah, the gremlin HP is too high now. It doubled character damage. Reduce gremlin. We might survive this wave. Just barely. I'm the only one that survived. Reduce gremlin HP by 10%. All right. Hey, the tween frames look terrible. Go ahead and like unload the LTX model and just write up some notes about what you figured out for the process, and we might try it again in the future. But they're not good. So for now, let's just replace her walk loop with the one that has the head position fix. Instead, name this Claude character throwing Claude.
Got it, this pane is now Claude character throwing Claude.
Name this pane character throwing Claude.
Got it, this pane is now character throwing Claude.
Name this pane tunes balance Claude.
Got it, this pane is now tunes balance Claude.
All right, I don't need this one anymore. I don't need this Claude anymore.
Claude wrapped up the investigation.
I don't think I need Rice Claude today. Nasser, yes, you live in Morocco, so this is the annual salary of a full-time software engineer? 15K is the annual salary of a software engineer in Morocco? What the hell? Dude, that's like nothing. That's insane. Crazy. Dude, that's nuts. Yeah, where I live, they just announced that if you make $104,000 a year or less, you are in the low income bracket in Orange County, California. All right, we don't need this Claude. Clear that out. We don't need the Rice Claude right now, I don't think. Let's clear out this Claude we don't need. So we got 4 Claudes freed up. These 2 are going to be working this whole time on making the little characters at the bottom look better. All right, so we might throw Fable at building an internet radio station. First time, you guys. Which is something I've always wanted to do. I wanted a Nuldrums internet radio station that just 24/7's playing music that I like DJ sets and stuff, basically. And then when I'm streaming, it'd play like whatever's playing on the stream, so people could potentially tune into that separately if they want the music with the stream. I don't know what the latency is going to be like, but it's something fun to build. And it's another thing I think that would be a cool thing to put Fable on. Holy crap. Wait a minute. Fable's destroying our session tokens. 31% used this session. Oh my god. This guy's our Fable worker right now. If I cap out on a session and we have a couple hours left, I've still got a $20 codex sub that I haven't been using at all. So we can still get some work done. Let's switch this guy to Fable. Let's see if we can do the Fable thing for see if we can get Fable to add the thing where I can pick you guys up and throw you on the screen and stuff. That would be cool. Oh shit! You know what else we need to do today? We're gonna make one of the ad break events is gonna be a little party happens on the screen. I'm thinking about bumping my Kling subscription back up to the $80 one because I'm almost out of credits. We got our wizard walk cycle. It's really choppy though.
Tunes Claude squash the bug.
Agile 1. Walk start Kling is what I've been calling it. Turn it on for layer. Turn, then clean up the loop. Scrub to the frames. Lasso the green fringe. Run the green eater. Bind tool scripts green eat selection action to a key. Where is this tool? Hey, I'm in the animation editing layout, and it looks like I can see the onion skin window and I can see the animation timeline. But I don't see the onion skin layers. So how do I turn those on? And also, I would expect at the top that I would expect if I lasso like an area or something, like I need some kind of a button. Maybe we can add it to the tools that appear in the bottom left corner whenever we have a selection, like the selection specific tools. Or we need it on the toolbar at the top to have the green eater button. Otherwise, I'm not sure where you put it. Oh, shit. Dude, Fable ripped through our full session almost. We're at 76%. Let's see. Where are we out on usage? Current Fable usage this week, 3%. Current session says 36%. Oh, never mind. It was a glitch. Okay, thank God. That didn't make any sense. We were at like 31% here, and then I just saw it jump up to 76. I think it was a bug that corrected itself. Because I just woke this clod up, and it was running like late last night. Deep. Hey, name this pane Critta Claude.
Got it, this pane is now Critter Claude.
Name this pane Critta Claude.
Got it, this pane is now Critter Claude.
It had a little typo in the name. Okay, someone's destroying my CPU right now. We're at 98% CPU usage. Could be Fable. Hobby that an expert can earn up to $50,000 a month. Of course, you can't compare these salaries to those in developed countries because the cost of living here is 5 times cheaper. Yeah. Yeah. The top end of the whole world right now is like literally people working at Anthropic or OpenAI or something for just a normal job salary, like nothing super crazy. Like for a mid-level or senior level, a mid-level engineer at any tech company in the Bay Area is paying like $350K right now, total compensation. A senior engineer is making about $500,000 now, total compensation. So that's the extreme upper end. But your apartment is going to cost you $4,500 a month for a 1-bedroom in the Bay Area. So in those places, you kind of have no option but to keep like have an actual job. You can't do as much like freelancing, living off just internet stuff, unless you like seriously have a lot of momentum on the internet, you know? Okay, Fable's actually not doing too bad. It's not chewing through too much. So we're going to switch to Fable for this project. What? What does that even mean? You mean just like the cheap of livings or cost of living is cheap there? That makes sense. Let's get a little follow goal progress meter in the top right corner of the screen as an overlay on OBS. I don't want it on my my taskbar. That's just like an Opus task. That's not really a Fable task. All right, we're gonna use a second.
Cadden Live Claude wrapped up the task.
We're gonna use a second Fable session for getting a really cool feature working where I can pick up the characters and stuff. All right, actually, let's resume working on this feature of me being able to pick up the characters and throw them. So turn the camera feed back on in the game engine. But please like add, instead of us like me going back and forth trying to give you little directions like move my camera to the right, zoom it in, zoom it out. Please expose the ability in the editor, in the engine, for me to click on it and transform and move the camera around like the same way you can in OBS and the same way you can with any of our UI elements that are present in the hierarchy in the engine editor. So add the camera feed as a UI element into the level hierarchy and expose the same transform controls that are shared that we use for all UI elements in the engine. Okay. This guy's, so we got 2 fables running. We're going to see if 2 fables my session resets in 1 hour and 20 minutes. We're going to see if 2 fables can get us from 38% to 100% usage. Okay, so the next thing we want is
Creator Claude finished the fix.
Let's get a little Claude going here. We could do another fable for this one. We'll just see what it's like for a simple task. Hey, my leap motion controller detection for our fist to talk doesn't seem to be working. Can you figure out what's going on with that daemon service? And then also can you set some kind of rules where for Fable 5, if I do /model and then Fable 5 and set it to that in a Claude, it doesn't change it as our new default. Like, it's an exception only for Fable 5. So Fable 5 is going to be optional opt-in per session each time.
Character throwing Claude finished the task.
Okay, it's 2 like random things. Name this Claude follower goal overlay Claude. Oh. Never mind.
Got it.
Name this pane follower goal Claude.
Got it. This pane is now follower goal Claude.
Okay, I said Criticlaud's done with something. That's where my CPU went. It had to recompile Crita. Here's for the green so you know. It's being added to selection context bar. Okay, so when I do like this, okay, boom, there we go. It's gonna add a green screen cleaner button down here in our selection context toolbar. So all these characters at the bottom of the screen, they still have pieces of green screen on them. And the reason for that is when you do anti-aliasing, you have partially transparent pixels on the edge of the sprites. And so if you do a green screen effect behind it, and then you run a matte or a despill to remove the green screen background, all the partially transparent fringe pixels are now have green additive like to those previously transparent pixels that were handling the anti-aliasing and the feathering of the edges. So what I've asked for in Krita is a tool where I do a selection. And when I do a selection like here where the hair is green, it's going to do the equivalent of like the cloning tool in Premiere. And it's going to sample it's going to, you know, mathematically, it doesn't need AI for this. Just mathematically, it works its way inside from the partially transparent pixels on the edge that are green, finds the first fully opaque pixel that's the intended color, and then it stamps that out to the outer to fix the green fringes here on the partially transparent pixels. And we're going to go through and we're going to test it and try to clean up some of these animations like frame by frame. Not entirely, but at least partially. There's only a few that are really bad, but over time, I might spend time like really cleaning them up. But there's just a few super sloppy ones that I want to fix. Like the cat, when he's idle, sometimes this big green like chunk protrudes from his face. So that's what we're doing in Krita. Got this guy's idle animation. Then he needs a he needs an attack animation and a run and a stop. Right. Bad. Facing to the right, running, and then returning to an idle. Okay, and then we gotta extract the final frame. And we gotta put the target resting idle frame as our shit. It just blew up the prompt. I forgot we have to do the images first, or it overwrites the prompt on Kling. Facing the right, running, then returning idle.
Creeder Claude has a question for you.
That okay, it's lagging on the generation. There it is. All right, so got a gen video. What would Fable have to say about this? That looks sick. Your model responds verbally. Yeah, and I name each pane and I can route commands to them. There's two cameras of me right now, you guys, because we're trying to experiment with routing the camera through the same game engine instance that the characters are running in. Checking camera adds to the experience. It's pretty weird right now. We'll fix it momentarily. We got a Fable on the job. Looks like we might have some new people in the chat here. Just FYI, you guys, today we're doing something different. You now have the option to watch the stream and listen to it without music if you go watch it on the YouTube channel. I'm going to try to keep it that way going forward. Twitch has music, YouTube does not. Because of copyright strikes, but also to got to mess around with Fable for the first time. Oh yeah, dude. It's Fable Day. It's a big day. Testing, seeing if you're working.
Working trickery. Ancient memory vampire clone present, and accounted for, regrettably not allowed to drain the neighbors anymore.
What? We got 2 fables running. Okay, now it's saying my session doesn't reach 8 o'clock, so we might actually wind down and just run the 1 fable. But I did want to see it do some UI work here. Hey, I want to add a new like overlay in OBS that taps into our multi-stream hub like events, and it tracks total like followers for the day across like followers on Twitch, followers that follow on Kick, and people that subscribe on the YouTube channel. And I want it to be like a meter with like a goal for the day. Like today's goal is 20 across all 3 platforms, right? And it needs to be like a meter. Make sure that it's like that it matches the current color scheme we have set for the system with our rice, and that it is like Nuldrums branded and themed. Make the text, I think it's like Bayes Newis or something is the name of one of my fonts that we have installed on this machine. And that's it. Oh, take that last message that I told you, that whole block, and send it to follower goal Claude if you can.
Ad break incoming.
Ah, we lost that. I forgot to preface that with send to follower goal Claude. Hey, take that last long message I told you about setting up the follower goal bar and send that to follower goal Claude. See if Hermes smart enough to figure it out. Whoop, we're battling. Power myself up. Maybe we'll survive this time. Oh, good. It fixed it. It saved my chat that was supposed to go to follower goal call.
Sent it to follower goal Claude trickery. Ancient courier service mildly upgraded.
Ancient courier service mildly upgraded. All right, we've got 3 fables running. They're doing performance sensitive real-time video feed work on 2 of them, and one of them is doing a little bit of UI work. There's no way we're going to survive this one. It's going to be down to the wire. We got like 10 seconds left. I did some balance tuning. I might restart it. No, we all died. That was the end of that ad break. Got to spend the channel points, the viewer points to do power ups with the little redeem menu in Twitch for us to survive. I think we should make the survivors should get rewarded with like something so that you have some incentive. Like I'm thinking about tracking some kind of made up like currency. Maybe you gamble the channel point. Maybe we just use channel points as the currency. I'm not sure. We gotta think of more stuff. We're gonna do more ad break things. One idea somebody had is a big old party. So I made this like keg and some like banquet tables that we might use. All right, let's check what Caden Live Claude has done for us performance-wise. Full performance bundle is committed, pushed, built, and installed. Restart Caden Live, relaunch it. What shipped and why it's shaped this way. Picking up the Opus handoff. I validated everything before shipping, and two of the plan's assumptions didn't survive measurement. Okay, so Fable said Opus was stupid about something. Final design is better than the plan. The real bottleneck wasn't video decode. FFmpeg software decodes your 1440p 60 FPS source at 887 FPS. What can't keep up is MLT's serial per frame convert composite chain, 20 millisecond per frame clip. MLT sounds like trash. That's like the audio video playback that Caden Live is built on top of as an engine. The 16 parallel render workers stay. That's your smoothness win. The scrub killing 2-second read ahead is gone. Shallow upstream depth seeks refill.
Character throwing Claude completed the task.
And audio buffer 4096 stays. Kills the moving crackle. All infra was a trap. True all intra at acceptable quality costs 13 to 17 gigabytes per 8-minute clip. At same size, it's mush. SSIM 0.8 I measure it. The shipped profile is full res, keyframe every 0.2 seconds. QP26, SSIM. Visually is the final output. 1.7 gigabytes per 8 minutes. Generated on the 4090 at 4.5x real time. 110 seconds per 8 minutes. All 5 OBS audio streams reserved. So your mic index. Scrub seeks decode 11 frames instead of 119. Your OBS files only keyframe every 2 seconds. That was the scrub blank. NVDEC playback decode stays rejected. Opus was right. MLT's GPU path can't open these files. 37 decode surfaces needed. NVDEC caps at 32. Decode is cheap anyway, so nothing's lost. GPU earns its keep generating proxies instead. Let's turn it on for your current project one time. New projects proxy automatically now. Existing ones have proxies off, baked into the project file. Proxy, project setting, proxy tab. Check, enable proxy clips, generate for videos. In the project bin, select your stream clip, right? Proxy clip, and scrub and play as configuration. Okay. Okay, the most recent, like, 3 clips that I've been editing, can we apply the changes to these? And then please explain to me, like, how much disk space gets added for each of these 3 project files. On this one. On this one. This one. All right, we're about to see if our video editor. You see how not smooth this is, how choppy this is when I scrub through. Super slow. And then if I hit the play button on the video editor, it's got this pause, and you can tell the frame rate's super low. This is an open source video editor alternative to Adobe Premiere, and it is nowhere near as like buttery smooth and stuff as the Adobe one is. So we're trying to see if Fable can be the hero. Yo, Gold Tester, thanks for the follow. Oh, wait, never mind. It wasn't an actual follow. That was Fable testing some shit. Oh, okay, got it. Let's see what this guy has to say about camera is now an OBS style draggable element. Build is clean, close and reopen the editor. What you'll get, a camera feed element appears in the UI section of the level hierarchy created automatically on first run. Click it in the viewport or select it in UI. Okay, we'll try that. Two display modes while augmenting. The element itself shows your live map feed, so you position the actual camera image. So no need to hit play while playing, blah, blah. Choppiness, first fix is in. The main cost was the per frame upload re-blitting at full 11 level MIP chain at 1080p through a blocking submit. Added a single MIP streaming texture path to the engine. The camera now does one buffer image copy per frame instead. That should be a big improvement. If it's still not smooth enough, second stage ready to go. Under the hood, one honest limitation. The engine's UI elements don't render into the OBS readback. Only the Sprite 2D world does. So the UI element is the control handle, and the world quad follows its bounds every frame. In practice, you'll never notice that you drag one thing, everything follows, and OBS gets the right output. Open up, hit play. Drag me onto my corner and save the level. All right, guys. So in theory, what Fable just fixed is let's reopen our tunes. Okay. I'm flipped around. Let's see what happens if I set the X to -1. There we go. Beautiful. Works just like OBS. You guys can't see it right now, but it's oh. Ah, damn it. All right, I'm flipped around. Let's fix this.
Follower goal Claude finished the fix.
Oh my god. On. Hey, so I without running the editor, I typed in -1 on my X scale. And it flipped me around and, mirrored me horizontally like as it should. But then once I hit play and started running the simulation, it flipped me back, even though it's showing that it saved and stored the right property in the inspector, but for some reason it hard like put me back. Yeah, my whole chair is just showing, so that's not the problem with the. Yo, Seasoned Vet, what's up, dude? Meow Meow Mix, nice. By the way, dude, any new people showing up? Today we managed to. I split the music up. The music is off on the YouTube stream if you guys want to watch the stream without music. And I'm going to keep it that way going forward. We might split the music into a radio station one day. But for now, we're going to try this setup. YouTube's no music, which is always music. Your name is Jesus. I am the man. I get those calls, yeah, about my plans. The follower gold bar is live. Here's the rundown for trigger user requests. Add it in OBS as a browser source. Roger that. I figured it would do. Size 920. Holy shit, that's huge. By 150 pixels. What it looks like, screenshot verified. Hey, I'm not seeing anything visually at all. Can you look at like what we had to do for the EQ FFT browser source? That one was very problematic yesterday. Had a similar problem. Claude had to try like 3 different ways of sending it.
Character
like one
throwing
was
Claude finished the bug fix.
DOMless or something like that. I don't know. The answer might be in there to get it to show correctly.
CAD and Live Claude wrapped up the task.
That's fine. But you're taking a gram of mushrooms today? You're hungry as shit though? Bro, eat first. My God, dude, please eat first. It's Canada Day. I'm up here in the true white north doing Canada stuff. Okay. Don't want to walk 30 minutes, watch fireworks. Okay, Fable fixed the goal overlay. How many followers do we get today, you guys? I think we got 1, right?
Follower goal Claude's done with the fix.
J-Code's more followed on Twitch. Van Dam followed on Twitch. All right, let me tell it to Interesting. Okay, did a good job on the UI instructions. But it's still Claude still loves doing this thing where it adds little quirky tagline subtitles next to things. Yeah. Hey, it looks pretty good. Can you change it to say my channel name normally on like YouTube and stuff, just my username, Trickery, and then just say, actually just at the top, just say follower goal. That just get rid of Nuldrums in the subtitle and just say follower goal. And then also, can you like pad it with one Twitch follower for now that already happened? Or there's 2 Twitch followers already today. So I wanted to at least show that for now. You could hard code it for now if we want to. Because all of that wasn't tracked because we had to reset the hub a bunch. And then like tomorrow, I'll ask you to just like reset it and make it actually work correctly. Please give the progress bar the same kind of scan line animation we have in our token meters in the bottom left of the taskbar. And then it does the glow pulse on the whole bar, and the title
Cowden Live
text,
Claude wrapped up the investigation.
Follower text, like our scan line does when it completes in the task bar GUI, and add the same line end cap visual at the progress bar. All right, guys, I'm gonna wait, we're at 56%. Yo, my percentage bars keep jumping all over the place. Okay, this guy's done. Uh-oh. Our first API error of the day from Claude. Disk recap. Total goal for all 3. All right, guys, we're trying to, one of our fables is it's making this up here in the top right. So we're getting a follower goal overlay for each stream. And it's going to track across Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. For YouTube, it's subs, but same concept, right? Today, we're at 2 so far on Twitch. I think normally the goal would be like 10, but like it's 20 because it's Fable Day. It's going to be a long day. Yo, my whole stream flickering? What's going on? What was wrong? 2 mirror controls exist in the same element, and play only honored one of them. While authoring the UI element renders its full transform, so your scale -1 visibly mirrored. When you play the world space quad takes over, it reads the element's bounds, which lose the scale sign and took its mirror only from the flip H checkbox in the style section, which was unchecked. So the -1 scale is silently driving the fix. The world quad now treats negative scale as a mirror, XORed with the flip checkbox, so all those behave identically in authoring flip H check mirror. After restart, set scale back to -1. Just take flip H, hit play. One small heads up on the 2 options with scale. -1 almost flips around as pivot, so the visual rect sits left. Blah, 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 blah. It's okay. I didn't see that checkbox in the inspector. Let's see if that checkbox exists. I don't think it did. All right, guys, let's see how this lines up with my current camera. Get a little more scaled up. Weird. Why do I look so small on this? Okay, we're getting closer there. Do myself a little left. All right, that looks good, I think. Dude, what is my usage? It keeps constantly jumping between like 50% and 70%. Okay, we're at 81%. And we've got 2 full hours to go, so we're gonna switch this guy off of Fable. This is very strange. My usage bars are becoming like unreliable. They're literally hopping between like 30% and 80%. I can't get a read. It's on Opus 4.8, right? Hey, okay, so we got my webcam positioned in the Stream Tunes editor now, and the performance looks. Actually, it's not great. If I move quickly, there's some tearing on it. See if you can figure that out. And the other thing is we need to figure out how to apply all the shaders that exist in OBS to my camera. Sent. Yeah, I'm seeing some tearing. When I move back and forth, there's a little bit of tearing. We gotta fix that, and we have to fix why did it double send that message? Huh. Okay, how do we turn on onion skinning? The piece you're missing is a per layer light bulb toggle in the idle loop row. What is it talking about? Light bulb. There you go. Ooh, we got onion skin. Very important. Okay, so lasso tool. So what it built for us is we new button green eat. Oh, what a silly name. I gotta feed the cat.
Ad break incoming. Follow a goal Claude finish the task.
Oh, we survived. Look at that. All right, I got an avocado here. Hey guys, there you go, you guys. We got a follower goal in the upper right. Yo, productive dude, what's up, dude? Is Fable through its usage yet? Almost. I'm switching. I'm winding two of my. I had 3 Fables running at once. We're at 80%. We're 2 hours away from reset, so I'm going to swap them to Opus now. All of them except one. Bro, did you? I don't know if you can tell on the YouTube. I see you're on the YouTube channel instead. I changed it today. I figured out with Claude that I can permanently have the YouTube stream be 0 music and the Twitch stream have music. Isn't that awesome? So I'm going to try this setup for a little bit where people just get to ping pong between the YouTube or the Twitch, depending on if they want music or not. Instead of the internet radio station thing for now. How's it work if you don't have headphones? You don't. No, dude, I hear the music. Show camera background.
Showing the camera background.
Yeah, look, I got big old speakers. Yamaha HS7s. The mic filters it out. Yeah, I have like a denoising model or process running on it. It's the one on Linux sounds better than the denoising with NVIDIA on Windows. It sounds so clean in my recordings too when I've been editing shorts. Hide camera background.
Hiding the camera background.
Yeah, I can't. That's why I don't live with roommates ever. I can't do it. I mean, A, because I'm streaming and literally yelling into the microphone till like 7 a.m. But also because I just blast the music the whole time I'm working. I hope I don't have to move either, because this apartment is sick. I don't have anyone underneath me. My apartment's over a bunch of garages. And I have no shared walls at all where my speakers and my computer is. Off to the right of me, no shared walls. No shared walls, no shared floor. 0 complaints. Literally play the music as loud as I want. Any time of the day or night. It's so good. That's nice, actually. Yeah, dude. I hope it can. I hope it works like this. I feel like if just a lot of streamers started doing this, it might become pretty. Something a lot of people would actually like. Just like a understood standard, like no music on YouTube, mainly because of copyright strikes, but also to give people the option. And then it can be a party and have music on Twitch and Kick. All right, is the new follower goal overlay we built, is it animating? Is there enough stuff going on my stream? Should we add like a news ticker that pops up at the top and then it scrolls by with like news about Opus or Claude or the game industry or like recent follower names or something? word. Yo, it's Julie. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, the follower bar went up. It needs a better animation though. It needs to like shake when people follow. That's 3 out of 20 followers today. Right side movement, Fable's back, baby. Yeah, dude. What are you gonna make with Fable, bro? Eating an avocado right now. It's Julie. Hi, I saw you're open to questions. Yeah, always. I like to teach people how to fish instead of doing the fishing. I like to educate everybody. You're gonna vibe code your own trickery that'll vibe code everything you need? Hell yeah, dude. Yo, bro, have you seen my my Jarvis? Lots of people are doing Jarvises. It's not super unique, but dude, actually I have so much cool shit that I can show you that I've set up just for the stream. So I switched to Linux, dude, and it's been awesome. So I vibe coded this whole taskbar, the music visualizer, the music. I vibe coded these shaders on my camera. It's got like equalizer bars around me, you know. And then I vibe coded color scheme changes for the whole desktop. It looks like our follower bar is not going with it, so we'll have to fix that. And then here's the cool thing: I have an AI that I talk to here that controls everything. I can tell her to like clip the stream. She clips the stream and she makes the video project file in my video editor already like ready to go. Like earlier, I asked her to clip what I was saying about some kind of UX thing or something. Yep. Look, it's here at the end. It adds like the previous 5 minutes before I said clip that. But I already have like a clip from earlier today. All I did is I said clip that into the voice command for the AI, and it built that project for me in the background. Yeah, I talked to her with my fists. I call it fist to talk. Julie, I'm gonna read your message in a second. I'm gonna show off the fist to talk. Ready? Show camera background.
Showing the camera background.
Switch scene full screen camera.
Switching to full screen camera.
Switch scene to main.
Switching to the main scene.
I can tell her to tell things to the Claudes. So tell follower goal Claude that the follower goal is not changing colors when I change our global system rice color scheme to like red and purple and whatever.
Got it. Sent that to follower goal Claude.
And it just automatically sent that to the Claude in the top left because I can name all these different things. So I tell it, tell Tunes Claude this, tell this Claude that. It has control over Krita as well for doing image processing. I've got a whole pipeline for these characters at the bottom now that it can do with green screen and stuff. This is how we've been animating them. It's a pure AI workflow for animating the characters. I'll read your message now, Julie. Just had to show a fist to talk. What I call it. Hide camera background.
Hiding the camera background.
Wait, I gotta do an ending for the clip. And that's the power of fist to talk. Okay. That's the end of the clip. Now we're gonna clip that. Clip that.
Clip saved, grab the last few minutes up to 2 hours 17 minutes 24 seconds in. Building the short in the background.
Right, and there's our clip for Fist to Talk that I'll edit tomorrow. Julie, I started learning how to use Claude like last month. Woo! And gifted from Noobster. We need a crazy celebration. These little characters are supposed to be hopping up and down for every sub that pops off. Julie, I started learning how to use Claude Code like last month, try to vibe code stuff. I've been using it for reverse engineering a game server. Wireshark PCAPs to rebuild it. Is Fable a lot better for that than Opus 4.8? Ultra Code. Vibe code stuff you've been using for reverse engineering a game server. What kind of game server is it? What's the tech stack for it? That would kind of inform it a little bit. I think Ultra Code and I think Fable are overkill for a lot of things. I think where you want the biggest, dude. Why you don't, Shira? You don't eat avocados. Yo, wait. Let's ask Ornex. Hey, is it safe for cats to eat avocados? It might give me a hallucinated answer and kill my cat. Probably not a good idea to trust Codex on this wholeheartedly.
Not really trickery. A tiny nibble of avocado flesh usually isn't a disaster, but it can upset a cat's stomach, and the pit/skin/leaves contain more persin and are risky. Plus the pit is a choking or blockage hazard. Best answer, don't feed avocado to cats. If they ate a lot, ate skin/pit, or start vomiting, acting weak, or having diarrhea, call your vet or poison control.
What did I say? What's the tech stack like for the server? What I was going to say in general is if you're just starting to try to figure out how to do it, how to reverse engineer that server for the first time, I would throw Fable at it, which is a single agent to do the research phase. It'll give you a more accurate big picture understanding of the scope and scale of work that it's going to take to do what you're trying to do. So at the very least, I would just use Fable to get your bearings about what needs to be done. And then in general, the places I would use Fable for is performance sensitive programming, like real-time stuff like video or audio engines. Sorry. Or like a game engine or something. If you're trying to drill down into the performance in one of those like real-time sort of applications, or you're trying to like improve the scalability of an app or a website or something, I think Fable is good for that too. Like really technical stuff. But for like, hey, like change the color of this thing to be that thing and hook it up with this thing, like smaller stuff, I would just use it probably if you're concerned about conserving tokens. While eating a Kato, clipping Kato. Yeah, clipping Kato. Right side. This is the other cool thing as a music nerd that I wanted to show you that I figured out with Linux. So, dude, Linux, like I have to split all my audio channels, right, for making clips later where the music's separate from the mic and all that crap, and record alongside while streaming, right? And to do that in Windows is a huge hassle with Voicemeeter, Potato, and all this crap. But in Linux, like Claude can literally split up your audio based on like the web browser and all that stuff at like the operating system level. And then you can apply music, like you can apply plugins, like normal like music plugins to your audio tracks in your operating system. So like So my browser source right now has a sidechain compressor on it. My music browser source. So anytime I'm talking or the AI agent talks on the system, we're doing a little bit of ducking on the music on the stream
Follower
in
Golden
real
Clawed
time.
wrapped up the task.
And then I have for when the agent talks, you know, I picked like a British voice and I pitched her down like one semitone, and the text to speech is all running on my graphics card. It only takes 1.5 gigs of video RAM. But she has like an auto tune plugin on her voice track on the operating system. She has a little bit of EQ because, you know, the quality is pretty low in the high end on the AI voices. So she's got like a high shelf. And then she's got a little bit of reverb, so she sounds like cool and sci-fi. And then an exciter on the high end, again, just to try to remedy the shitty quality, the high frequencies on the AI generated voices. And then just like a limiter. I've got a different AI voice that's a high-pitched anime girl voice. That was the chat's request. The Miku voice as well that we can try later. I like my British robot lady. It's Julie. Oh yeah, I've been sort of figuring it out as we go. I got the whole login flow. I can even get to the game lobby. It's just very buggy right now. It's like it's Go based. Yeah, for sorting out bugs, I would 100% consider trying to throw FABLE at it if Opus has been stuck on those bugs. That's probably another thing FABLE's really good at. If you run into a bug that tried multiple times that Opus can't solve. But I will say that if you don't fix a bug by the 3rd try, vibe coding, it's a little bit of a skill issue. Because after it fails twice, from you just literally asking it like, hey, fix the bug. This is what happened, fix the bug. And it doesn't fix it. You ask it a second time and it doesn't fix it. Then what you should be doing on your end as the user is you should change your strategy of what you're telling it. You need to do some more thorough QA testing and give it more specific. Like you need to figure out for yourself more specific repro steps for the bug, which is short for reproduction steps. That's a term that QA testers use. So you need to either give it more precise repro steps for the bug, and that'll help it solve it faster, or you need to give it some you have to give it some more information somehow, or tell it to reframe the way it's thinking about the bug and change your prompt engineering by the 3rd try. So you should never be getting your prompt shouldn't be the same. You shouldn't just be dumbly asking the AI like fix it by the time you get to the 3rd or after it's failed twice. You should start changing your approach. It's like a general rule of thumb I have for vibe coding and bug fixing, the intersection of vibe coding and bug fixing. At Cadielli. It's hard for me to Kabij. What's up? There's this one like font color on my multi-stream chat that is hard for me to read, and it's the royal blue. Have I ever used Obsidian and CNA? Can you tell me how does it work? What is CNA? Yes, I use Obsidian all the time, but I don't use it as a wiki repo for my Claudes like some people do. Instead, I use this plugin called Graphify, which is basically the same thing. It just forces Claude to reference a big network of whoa, what is this track? Forces Claude to reference a big network of MD files for projects. The sound design is always on point in the Nuldrums. Thanks, man. That's part of the vibe. if you guys are ever trying to do anything artistic in multimedia, like video games or something, invest like 1,000 hours into learning sound design. At least it pays off in making things immersive if you can have an idea of the vibe you want to communicate to people, and then you can communicate it. And I'm still not that good of a sound designer compared to like video game industry professionals. They still blow me away. Like, I'm amazed. Noobster, Kabij, I've used it. It's a local store of markdown files that can be easily linked together. You can grant access to locally running agents, which are great at reading and writing markdown. It sounds useful, man. Try using it. Like I said, I've just been using the Graphify plugin, which is, it's just same in concept. It's probably fairly similar results. Graphify, open knowledge graphs for AI coding assistance. Oh yeah, I usually write everything down, and we made like a protocol MD to see what works and what doesn't. Oh, that's awesome. All right, I gotta keep snacking for just a minute, you guys. Again, if anybody wants to listen to the stream without music, tune in on the YouTube channel. You can find that link with exclamation point YouTube, or click it below. You want to be a part of the party and keep chilling here in Twitch. Does that create a local vector index of all the MD files or some managed search? It creates a graph. So it makes nodes and then edges. And the edges are weighted, right? It's a weighted graph on how strongly correlated all the functions are in your code base and the classes and stuff. So it's more for the coding side. Okay, guys, we've almost wrapped up my whole liked tracks playlist from last night's Liquid D&B bender we went on. Now we're coming around with guitar music. I'm gonna restart this again. See if we can ride the Spotify algo waves again. It was crushing it last night. But yeah, it just maps out your code base. It creates a weighted graph. And it helps Claude. It has hooks. So when you ask Claude to do something, like, oh, I need to go grep files and read them. Instead of doing a grep, it refers to the graph to take like a shorter path to get to the code that it needs to review to know what it's doing. And then it also better identifies that way too. Like if you ask it to build new functionality or something, or you ask it to build something, it'll find existing functions that already do what you're asking it to do, instead of building a bunch of functions in isolation, because it looks at it looks for like I don't know. It does it with a graph. It can also see God nodes to find things that are too interconnected, and if there's poor architecture. Yeah. But it gets so big. How reliable is Graphite? It's been working really well for me. Like, I can't exactly measure how well it is, but I feel like it's part of the reason why I've been able to just so effortlessly build a game engine that has like, I think the game engine's up to like 150,000 lines of code and like 100,000 lines of minified JSON for the game data in one of the projects. So it really effortlessly just navigates it, no problem. I think it's helped. I don't know. But eventually the graph gets so big, the HTML graph, you can't even view the graph anymore for a project that big, and Graphify kind of breaks down. And then at that point it just becomes a pile of markdown files and like a wiki. The same as like Obsidian or something, but the key difference is it's still keeping track of how things are related to each other with weighted edge connection values for the graph. It's just written in a markdown file instead, you know? What was that thing Avalanche was talking about earlier? He's like, it's so technical, a vibe coder can never learn it. I feel like I could
Ad break incoming.
roughly understand the concept. Sliding window purpose in terms of reliable ACK protocol based on UDP. Okay. Oh shit. Power up. Dude, my cat is being so silly right now. I'm gonna shut the stream down. Oh my god, we all died. That's not good. The gremlins might still be a little overtuned. We gotta think of a reward structure. A reason for you guys to spend channel points to survive the ad breaks. There's no reason right now other than it's cool.
Yo, is the whole stream flickering or is that just me? What's going on? Julie, thanks for the sub. Oh, the stream is flickering. What's causing that? You try to work on some more? Okay, no problem. Good luck. I'm watching the World Cup? Nah. I don't watch any sports, really. I've been hearing a lot about it though. It sounds exciting. I'm gonna disable the stream avatars for a second, see if that fixes the stream flickering. The window flickering that's happening. Nope. Can we get your music playlist? We're just riding the Spotify algorithm right now. I have a bunch of playlists though. I don't really have a good one for like this type of music on Spotify yet. I'm collecting tracks to make one though. Yeah, if there's a particular song that you're like, what is that? I'll link it in the chat. Because right now we're just on the algorithm. Thanks for chilling, you guys. Again, to all the new people on Twitch, if you want to listen to stream without music, just go to the YouTube channel.
Same experience, no music. I make it optional. Okay. We are at 86% usage. That's part of why I was like, it's a good time to eat. 86% usage. Resets at 750, which for me is an hour and 20 minutes from now. Very easy to burn through that. Yes, I want the whole oh wait. Let's refresh the cache on our follower goal. At the top here. All right, let's check. Look at that follower goal bar. It turns colors with everything. Yes. How cool is that, you guys? Everything's cohesive. Very nice. Too big cat. Big cat's on my desk. Show cat. Show camera background.
Showing the camera background.
Switch scene to full screen camera.
Switching to full screen camera.
Very chill cat. Switch scene to main.
Switching to the main scene.
Hide camera background.
Hiding the camera background.
Cat does this refresh thing every time I switch scenes. Hey, can you make sure when people gift subscribers, right? I get the subscriber notification rolls in like one after another for each gifted sub. But all the characters only do the celebration once when the gift happens. Is there any way for us to listen for each individual sub event and have them do their little jump like partying thing each time? Dude, I love the fox with the smoking pipe at the bottom of the screen. He's so sick. All right, let's get an attack animation for this wizard. What you get with this? By the way, you guys want to change your characters at all? On the bottom of the screen, you can do so here. Unfortunately, I think right now it's only tied to Twitch. I need to add it might work with Gmail and YouTube, I'm not sure. I think her animations got hooked up last night. Yeah, she's animated now. So next we'll animate the wizard. We'll get the water wizard or the ice wizard animated next. And then just gotta keep going one after another. All right, what did this thing say about let's ask this Claude to pause. We've only got an hour. I don't really want to. Yeah, it's having to do a bunch of Vulcan shenanigans. Oh, wow, it finished. Okay. We're going to leave this thing alone. This is a big project. We'll wait for a reset. It's a per frame, full GPU stall. Every camera frame, update from pixels, VK image, upload pixels does 3 expensive things. VK image and one shot. Allocates freeze a fresh staging VK buffer and device memory every frame. Allocates a fresh one-shot command buffer every frame. VK queue wait idle blocks the CPU until the entire graphics queue drains. This kills the CPU GPU pipelining. When you move fast, more distinct map frames arrive, so the stall fires more often. Waiting for session reset. All right, we're gonna pause. This guy's just an Opus, but he's doing some
Character throwing Claude finished the fix.
he's doing some Vulcan rendering stuff for some shit, and he could easily use the last. We only got 6% left this session for the next hour, and what I want to use the last 6% in is continuing to import character animations for the characters at the bottom of the screen. Rook, ooh woo. Fable 5 is available again. Yep. That's why we're here doing a marathon stream today. The Fable 5 release day. We'll remember this in history. Well, we'll all be asking each other, like, 10 years from now, we'll be nostalgic about today. We'll be like, where were you on the day that Fable 5 came back? What were you making, you know? The Nick at Night, 1, 2, 3. How's the Fable usage treating you? You're on max
Tune's
plan.
balance Claude completed the task.
About to hit the 50% limit. I have a few hours already. I am also only on the $100 max plan right now. I was able to run 3 Fables for probably about an hour and a half out of the 5-hour window. And then I wound it down to like 2 Fables for the next like hour, and then like 1 for like the 3rd hour. Doing a little bit, and then now I'm kind of only doing Opus stuff. And I'm gonna just barely like kind of land at the right spot. So, yeah, the reason why I'm not just running Fable, if I was just running Fable for a bunch of stuff for testing, I probably would have hit the limit like 2.5 hours into my 5-hour session on the $100 plan for these small projects, for running 3 sessions. But for the purpose of the stream, I don't want to just be like totally stopped and like nothing's happening. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm doing this strategy of like Fable the first 1 or 2 hours out of the 5-hour session, and then step down to Opus for a bunch of stuff, and then like pause on the work that's like really low level performance sensitive programming stuff until Fable like get the reset. That's kind of my strat today. 3 Fable sessions would burn all my tokens in 2 hours probably. Just based on that, I'm trying to figure out how to mitigate that. My whole stream is like flickering. Watch my TV. Might just be my OBS. Nope, it's happening. Stream too. Be happening. My GPU's not maxed out. Productive dude. I got to figure out what I should use it for this time around. Yeah, you got to think of some things to use Fable for. It's like precious. Nick at Night, you tried using Fable as main agent and maybe Sonnet 4.6 max agents as small scope sub agents. You're about to buy a new max plan and try it out as the flow. All right. No, I haven't tried that. It just I don't think in terms of that usually. I frame things as like single agents of different models doing work in general, and I think about the difficulty and the scope of what they're doing. Let me try something real quick. Stop recording. Stop replay buffer. Let me restart the stream tunes. Let's see if I'm not recording or the replay buffer isn't running. See if the flicker still happens. Glitch. Yeah, we're down to like 6% for the session for the next hour, so it's chill time. All right, we got our wizard attack. Let's ask this guy. Can you disable like the camera feed? I have it just like hidden as an element in the editor right now. But can you just put it in the disabled mode? Like my whole stream is like flickering right now and I'm trying to figure out why. So I'm trying to eliminate probable causes. All right, Magi 1 is ready for prep work. He also has a run and walk loop. Guys, should we just like go crazy on the characters today? I could bump my Kling subscription up to the $80 one. Yeah, why is my GPU working so hard? Oh, we hit our limit, you guys. 100%. Why do you clash stuff, dude? The stream is flickering because of the camera capture running on the stream tune. So we're not gonna be able to fix it for about an hour. We could get Claude to try to fix, or Codex. Let's get Codex to fix it. Let's burn my Codex $20 sub that I never use anymore. Yeah, I personally, like, I don't have a lot of work that I don't think is unsolvable with Opus. So I'm using Fable today, like, for fun, for the entertainment value and historical efforts of trying it. But in reality, being on the $100 plan this month, I really think I can get 90% done of what I need to do using only Opus. You know what I mean? All right, let's go to Codex. I haven't used Codex in like weeks. I have 3 usage limit resets in Codex. Gosh. Really want me to use it. Name this pane Flickr Codex.
Got it, this pane is now a Flickr codex.
Why does it use my us in those commands? Name this pane Flickr Codex.
Got it, this pane is now Flickr codex.
Tell Flickr Codex that we currently have an issue that a Claude was looking into where my whole stream is flickering right now and my GPU is working really hard, and I think it's because our camera rendering for the level scene on this is still running, even though I set it to be hidden as a UI element in the scene. So we need
Ad break incoming.
if I have hiding turned on under the appearance settings in the inspector for the camera feed UI element, it needs to really like stop it from running on my GPU at all when I hit play on the simulation.
Done past that to Flickr codecs.
Okay. Woo! Up. Power up, power up, power up, power up. See, we survived this time. My dude, I wish I could. I've got some work I need to crush. Wait, glad to find a fellow Codex maxer when the usage hits. Yeah, I'm only on the $20 Codex plan, but you still get so much out of it. You wish you could have some fun with this? You're so upset? Oh, no. Just quit your job, become a full-time vibe coder, a vibe jockey. Whatever we're going to end up calling it. Am I a fan of Theo? Yeah, I like his stuff sometimes, and then other times he like I don't know. When I watch his videos, I walk away from them feeling like I liked about 60% of it, and the other 40% I'm like I could do without in some way, you know what I mean? Like 30 to 40%. I also feel like his whole brand and his content is just gone like full AI. So he's just like purely like a I mean he's like any tech bro person, right? Tech bro people like their mission is just always whatever's the hotness at the time or something in a lot of ways, right? So I don't know. I like some of his videos, but I don't always like them. I feel like he has gone kind of like almost like AI tabloid news direction. You know what I mean? Tabloid AI news. And I don't like creators as much like that as much as like builder type creators. That's kind of the two types, right? To be honest, Theo's a bit of a poser. Don't think he actually knows how to code or even vibe code. He seems to not understand or act dumb on some basic software engineering stuff. He probably was a good software engineer back in the day. He hasn't really coded for a long time. You think so? The video I watched, the one video of his I watched recently about, dude, I don't know what it was. He talked a lot about his time he spent at working at Twitch as a software engineer. It seemed legit to me. But it sounded very bloviating too, the way he described his time at Twitch. Like kind of braggadocious, a little too braggadocious, you know what I mean? And that was the sort of I get what he was saying though. I kind of believe what he says. I don't know. There's like a line, right, where you can tell like a creator's like full of hot air and they're fake, or if they're like legit and they have a lot of substance behind them. And he seems like he's not completely full of shit, but he seems like he's like a little bit more full of hot air than like Primogen is in comparison to compare him against somebody else, you know? That's sort of my thoughts. I don't know. What's your thoughts, my dude Claps? I just said a bunch about what I think. What do you think, man? Do you like him a lot or something? Is that why you brought him up? Yeah, one video I watched of his recently about Anthropic was pretty good. But then I think what the other thing that kind of made me be like, he's all right, and like a little bit turned off was like he's done a bunch of rage baiting stuff on Twitter towards like Anthropic and shit in the last couple of months. Did you guys see like that tweet where he's like, friends at Anthropic, leave the company. I know you're undervalued. Go work at all these startups my friends are running or the one that I'm running instead. You'll be saved from the evils of Anthropic or something like it was so weird. And then he purposely had some tweets too a couple months ago where he faked like being like, look, Claude doesn't even let you like do this, or if you mention Codex, then it just like has a meltdown and all this crazy stuff. And it's like people in the comments were raging and they're like, whoa, that's ridiculous. Why would Anthropic do that or something? And people called him out and they're like, it's not doing that for me. And he's like, I guess some people don't understand how to take a joke or something like that. It's like, it wasn't a joke. He knew what he was doing. He purposely staged some fake shit on purpose to post. And then behind the scenes, he's like, haha, it's just a joke. So it's okay for me to post this. But he's really making shit up to like rage bait and, you know, farm engagement on Twitter. And that kind of stuff just like where it's like untruthful. I don't like that, you know? So that was sort of bizarre behavior to me. I understand the reason for it, but I feel like it's ridiculous. I don't know. Sorry, my cat is on the desk still. So that's why I'm not like tryharding right now, because she just tried to take up even more space. And our tokens are capped on Claude, so whatever. Let's see what Codex has to say about the camera feed. Oh, it's like change app means it. Camera feed hidden disabled appearance now. Hard stops the camera layer before. Shim reader startup. Frame draining. GPU texture creation of it. When hidden or camera disabled now tears down. Camera sprite quad camera reads the same result. Repair has many unrelated. I only target that. Okay, let's restart the tunes at the bottom of the screen. Let's see if Codex freed up some of my GPU here. Okay, I think that might have helped some, but I'm still trying to figure out why my GPU is at 87% usage right now. We had some kind of like LTX model with comfy UI that was running earlier. We should have unloaded all of that from RAM. And that shouldn't be running at all. But yeah, my GPU usage seems a lot higher than normal. I even disabled my recording and my replay buffer for OBS. Let me know what you find before making any kind of dramatic changes. Brooke, thanks for the follow. Follower goal. We're at four followers today so far. It counts people on Twitch, Kick, and if you subscribe on YouTube, you guys. Thanks for helping me reach the daily goal. Also, again, if you want to listen to the stream with music, tune in on Twitch. If you want to listen to it without, tune in on YouTube. Nick at Night. At my job, I do heavy AI harness dev work, and his video on AI harnesses was very basic. In a recent video, he seemed to not understand what a Ralph loop was. That's surprising. But yeah, he seems to be startup CEO, engineering manager that hasn't coded for years. Seriously, he's definitely one of the better tabloid AI creators. I like him, so I agree. Who do you think's the better tabloid AI creator? Primogen or Theo? Quite a few now. All right, what is Codex saying? No obvious comfy UI LTX process running. I searched process names, args. I only saw a Gwenview image open from LTX tween frames not running. GPU is actually hot. RTX 4090 is about 90% GPU usage, 234 watts. VRAMs, main active GPU users sampled. OBS 2.4 gigs of VRAM. 39 to 40% in-bank encoder. VC face trickery, 2.5 gigs VRAM. RVM camera matte, 3.1 gig. Kwin Wayland Plasma Shell Compositor. StreamTunes editor. The StreamTunes editor is small. Model servers resident in VRAM, but not actually burning much in the sample. Parakeet, Kokoro, VidMat. OBS still appears to be encoding, even after recording replay buffer stopped. NVIDIA SMI PMON shows OBS using 30 to 9 to 40% encoded. OBS. Recording stopped at 18. Replay buffer stopped, but I did not see a corresponding streaming stop in the visible log tail. Earlier log shows Twitch kick YouTube multi-stream output started. Most likely explanation, not coming OTX current load, like the live streaming set. OBS still encoding streaming, VC phase, starting man. Theo? Oh yeah. Yeah, his the quality of his videos is really good. And I'm impressed by how much of it he does live. Like he does sound like a news broadcaster. Okay, so the other thing that we're gonna do with Codex, we're gonna get Codex up to speed on we're gonna get Codex up to speed on the sprite animation processing process for the characters. Name this pane tunes Codex.
Got it, this pane is now Toon's codex.
Oh. Well, my whole terminal got messed up from trying to open 2 Amex sessions. Ah, that fixed it. Look at me. I know how to use Tmux. I know how to use Tmux. There we go. Open a new ghosty since we saved it. We saved the panel. Name this pane tunes codex.
Got it, this pane is now Toon's codex.
All right. This codex is going to get caught up on what it takes to take these sprites and put them into the game engine. We can start animating everybody at the bottom of the screen. Let's get, we need to do another character. Let's do Mystical Cells character up there that I see on the screen. He's got, my other friend has the same one too, the like water wizard. Wizard number 2 animated. Public Git repo for this. Which thing? I have a public Git repo for several pieces of my operating system, my Linux setup. But it's like fragmented right now. I'm gonna do a long YouTube video about like I made the ultimate AI native Linux setup or something like that, right? And when I make that long YouTube video, then I plan on packaging all the pieces together into like a Git repo. Right now, it's super fragmented. So I can link some stuff for the Git repo, but it's constantly kind of messed up. Even then, the way it's going to work is like Can we get our US to get any one of my anniversary public ones? See the game code? Oh, the game code. No, that's not public. The characters are running in an engine that I vibe coded from scratch. It's written in Zig. I started working on it in March. It took me like 2 months. It supports 2D. It supports large open worlds. Like it has a 15 by 15 kilometer map in one of the things. It supports. I have a music visualizer. I have a 3D web browser I built with it. And I have multiplayer peer to peer working, the chess game, and I made a mud with it too. Yeah. Yeah, the game code and the game engine is all closed right now. It's proprietary. But I'll make a video about it one day explaining the ideas, but I'm keeping it to myself for 2 reasons. One is my like decades of experience making video games went into and being a technical designer for most of my career, like my valuable skill set that I get paid a decent salary to do, and my expertise like went into making a really cool slick like game engine, and so I don't want to give it away for free. But the second part is that it's a mess. I don't like making stuff with AI as a product for like a whole bunch of people to use in general as a tool. I don't like making like a tool for like a ton of people to use with a bunch of different use cases, because what happens then is like, you have to stray away from it being a really sharp, well-purposed tool for exactly what you're trying to build. And you have to start shoehorning in all these features and shit that other people want because of some random stuff they're building that breaks the mold of what you're trying to build. You know what I mean? So my game engine, it has a lot of rough edges. It's not something I could ship and people could use right now necessarily. But also I kind of want to keep it that way, and I want it to only have the features in it that I need for my projects and not open source it and have like, hey, it was a game engine. Well, now we just added a video editor to it, like Unreal, now we just added sculpting tools and modeling tools inside of your engine. Like, or that's what people want, like, I don't want that to happen. I got away from Unreal on purpose to make something really like lean, So that's kind of my thinking on the engine right now. That sounds damn cool. You haven't made the Zig engine public? Would love to check out. Nope, it's not public. I'm not showing. I'm not giving away to anybody. Not right now. You know, research seems not that interesting. I just don't want anybody like bugging me about it. I just want it to be my tool for shit that I want to make. But when I make a YouTube video about it, like, I'm going to be my operating system stuff, I'm open sourcing this because I want more Linux adoption, right? Like, I have a reason for that. But for the game engine, when I make a YouTube video about it, I'm just going to show people like what workflows I kind of like cherry picked from other engines I've used and stuff, and just give people ideas on what they can prompt Claude to do. Here's what it looks like with the characters right now. The character game project's really small though. This is not a big project with this engine. I'll show you one of the bigger projects with the game engine, which we're not working on at the moment because I could just get way too lost in it. And it's going to take me years to finish, so. I have a SaaS. I don't want to open source. This project is for the big bucks then. Hope to see this on Steam one day. Oh, thanks, man. Oh no, AS module failed. Why did Marlequin fail? My Angel script failed. Well, that's a job for Codex. Hey, I just opened the editor for this, and it's telling me that the Angel script module is failing to compile for our game. Please figure out what's going wrong and fix it. And then report to me if it involved any kind of changes fundamentally in the engine. Yeah, exactly. Like the operating system stuff that I've made, I like my voice agent and all that stuff. I open sourced it because each piece of those took me like a day or two to vibe code and just slap together. Um, they didn't take like a huge amount of mental effort. Um, and like my voice agent setup, and I feel like anybody can build it in like a day or like 2 days. So those kinds of things I don't care about, like open sourcing. But yeah, for some reason the engine's like, this is a decade of experience using Unreal and Unity and Core. More than that, it's like 14 years of experience and working at Epic and working at a startup I was just at and stuff, and working on live service games for a living. And I'm like, the reason why this thing is working is because of like 20,000 hours making video games. That is super valuable. I think one day what I will do is I will um do some kind of licensing thing for the engine similar to what Unreal does. Where if people make over $1 million, then I get some royalties. But I can't copyright it because it was all vibe coded. So in theory, there's like nothing stopping people from just like ripping the code if they want to. But so I'd have to structure the business in some way where it's like we take royalties, but then you get some kind of full-time support staff member or something, you know? Dude, this cat is just rolling. Okay, whenever the Claude reset happens, I'm tossing the cat off my desk if she's still here in 30 minutes from now. Yeah, you are killing my productivity, cat. You can copyright vibe code stuff? No, I just looked it up the other day. You can't. Somebody mentioned it. You have to, it can't be 100% vibe coded. It has to be, you have to be able to prove a substantial amount of modification. And you also have to make sure none of the code that it regurgitated is GPL copy left code and stuff like that. So none of it can be GPL code, which a lot of times the models spit out because it's trained on. So it proves it's vibe coded by the AI companies handing over your full logs and history of everything you've ever prompted them and all the outputs you got because they have all that stuff. And if there's subpoenaed in court, they're forced to hand it over. So that's how they can absolutely 100% legally prove it. I mean, literally, like, and if Anthropic just handed them all the logs from March to April in OpenAI, it would just straight up show that my engine's like almost 100% vibe coded. You can have it be GPL, but you also need to use GPL. Right. But then it's not, I don't know. Pure AI generated code. You can only copyright the parts of your AI code application that reflect significant human authorship. This was 10 months ago.
Ad break incoming.
It was like a court ruling on it. Issue 1060, U.S. Copyright Office. Here's U.S. copyright.gov. Part 2, it's report, blah, blah, blah. Where is it? I don't know. Basically, you have to have a mix of human authorship with the AI coding to be able to copyright something. And my engine, I didn't write a single line of code in it. 0. Waiting for the ad break. We're all going to die from this one. Sure. The sun is in the camera. All right. Well, we all died from the ad break. So that didn't play out well. Run agent with tasks to find copyright snippets and replace with obfuscated, then take your source offline, obfuscate, and then upload later. It's a different project. Yeah, but you'd have to run a local agent to do it, right? That's your goal, is to obfuscate it. You should do it with local coding agents, not with cloud provided ones. Because again, if they get subpoenaed in court, they're forced to hand over all your records. Every spec is human authorship. Yeah, I don't know. Code is copyrighted though, right? Like, I think copywriting code is kind of weird. It makes sense in some regards. I don't know. Copyright is it's a crazy thing. Chinese mods are going to be bowing to U.S. civil subpoenas. They are or they're not. I don't know. The point is, if you 100% vibe code something with OpenAI or Grok or Claude or Gemini, and you live in the US or something where it says you won't be able to copyright that code. I mean, you could try. You could probably slip through the cracks, but it won't be legal, right? Aren't? Yeah, that's true. It's tough to prove, and really the only people that are actually going to be legally actually prosecuted for something is if you have some kind of, like, it's one of those things where it's like a good problem to have if you're under the radar for something, right? Like Pal World in Pokemon, right? Like probably little small apps are not going to. All right, cat's off the desk. She's being really annoying. Uh, they are going to subpoena your mom's claw chat records if you don't get sued. Yeah, you'd have to get enough attention to get sued in the first place. That would take a lot. Like, you'd have to have a lot of buzz going on for whatever vibe coded thing. All right. We're waiting around for the reset a little bit right now, you guys. That's why we're got 25 minutes till the reset. I think we managed to max codecs out almost. Woo! The roller of a tune. Right. To everybody on all streaming platforms right now, we got 17 on Twitch, 5 on YouTube. YouTube has no music, Twitch has music. Choose your own adventure. So as someone trying to vibe code a lot of prototype features on big app, Fable's a lot better. Probably not so much better as worth the money, but much better. Oh, really? Okay. So far, me today, it's done a pretty good job, but I don't feel like a big difference between that and Opus. Cody, yo, I'm using model router plugins. It's making monthly AI subs last the whole month. Oh, that's cool. What's the name of the plugins you're using? Code model router? Oh, that's cool. Wait a minute. When my stream flickers, is it affecting the affecting my webcam? Or is it only my desktop? Can't tell. Yeah, I turned off the desktop on purpose because the stream keeps flickering. And I think it's my desktop. I don't think the overlay stuff is see if that fixes anything. Fable 5 is back. Yes, it is back today. So I'm streaming on a Wednesday. I said I wasn't going to. Policy routing prompts to delegate smaller models. Oh, nice. Hoggers, yes. Hoggers indeed. All right. What? PD and small. All right, see what we get. We're gonna start animating the like water ice wizard at the bottom of the screen. Woo! 5 gifted. Dairy Berry. Huge. Huge. We should add a sub goal at the top of the screen too. All right, the characters aren't like celebrating each time. I thought I fixed that. Let's see if it works. Still awesome, dude. Huge. Thanks. I gotta make some more emotes for you guys. We could do that while we're waiting on our session cooldown. Yeah, it's happening, Dairy Berry. Also, just showed up here in chat. I keep telling everybody this. I'm doing something new today. We are multi-streaming to YouTube, and the YouTube stream has 0 music. So I'm gonna try to always do that going forward now. You'll always get an option. Guys would prefer no music, just tune into the YouTube stream instead of the Twitch one. How I've been? We're doing good, man. We're riding the vibe coding hype, the vibe coding waves. Today is Fable Day. Okay, so go ahead and process the raw cling animations here in the Magi folder, and then hook them up as well correctly in the data formatted and driven way in the engine for the character. Lurking a lot. You've been doing some really cool stuff. Appreciate it, man. I'm trying to. I don't even know what I'm doing, man. I'm supposed to be applying for jobs. Like honestly, you guys, I'm being really stupid right now. I said I was going to apply to jobs a month ago, and then Nuclear, my friend, gifted me $100 Claude sub for the month, and he said he wanted to see more Null slop. So here we are. We're making more Nuldrums slop, and instead of applying to jobs. It's a little sketchy, but that's why we've got follower goals and sub goals on the screen, because I'm really trying to. I'd much rather stream every single day. Just vibe coding cool stuff, building my game company, building video games, and hanging out with everybody and teaching people stuff and having fun conversations about whatever the latest buzz is in the tech world, the AI world, the game industry world. You know, instead of getting a job. Yo, another 10 subs, dude. How does that work when people are already subbed? Does it stack up the subs for multiple months? Oh, it's working. Look at that. They keep partying. Nah, they stopped partying. They stopped partying. Thanks, man. No, I appreciate it. This is crazy. We gotta have we gotta have a hype train and a sub thing at the top too. Let's get Fable to vibe code a fucking hype train for us. Switch to the hype train, like, or we can integrate something with the characters. We got like 25 gifted yesterday too. You guys are seriously starting to make me think like this is possible. Like making between $50 and $100 per stream on gifted subs is like fucking huge, and it actually creates some light at the end of the tunnel. I have to keep editing some YouTube videos though. I got to make some long form ones. We automated YouTube short creation like immensely with AI. And forking Kden Live on Linux, modifying the crap out of this. I have my own caption plugin. I canceled my CapCut subscription. Oh, this is broken right now. No, it's working. It's working. Nope, the look ahead is broken. All right, this is a job for Fable when our reset happens. Nick at Night. Want a complimentary 6-month pass for your AI automated job application SaaS when it goes live? I could really use any feedback from the experienced engineer coder. Automated job application SaaS? Yeah, I'll give you some feedback. I can't guarantee like that I would use it like constantly, like nonstop, but I love giving feedback on people's vibe coded app stuff. That's what I'm hoping, if we can grow the channel more and stuff, is I want to do like live streams on a specific day out of the week where we review people's vibe coded video games for one day, and then another day we review people's vibe coded web apps and software and stuff. Like we just look at it, look at the UI, feel the UX, bring up things that there's like friction or that are confusing, you know, or that are good. I think that'd be a really fun like series to do eventually as the vibe coding craze like continues to snowball, you know. Fable cooks your tokens. That's for sure. Yeah, I made my own caption plugin built into Kden Live, and it's better than anything I've ever seen. All the words are like linked together and stuff. Looks like this thing does not. It's so laggy. It's fucked up. The performance is awful. FABLE didn't fix it. It made it worse. We're trying to have the video editor be GPU accelerated. There's a separate usage bar for FABLE. You already had 30% weekly after a couple hours. This is not good. Are you on the $200 plan? Okay, my usage. I am only at 11% for FABLE weekly. And I'm at 10% for the whole week. Max 20? Yeah, so it seems like that FABLE specific weekly limit is only affecting the $200 plan users then, because I'm on the $100 plan and it's like 1-to-1 here on FABLE usage for the week and current week usage. So it's like I could use nothing but FABLE for the whole week usage. So only the $200 plan users are getting affected by the FABLE specific cap, it seems. That's an interesting bit of insight there. Yeah. What the heck? Why did my usage just drop down to 94%? There's some kind of weird inaccuracy now with my vibe coded token bars in the bottom left of my taskbar here. The session one for Claude is on the right. It jumped down to 94%. But it's at 100% right now. And it was jumping all over the place when I was using FABLE. So there's something there's a bug now with my session bars. The bars on the left are Codex Weekly and Codex Session. And then I have Claude Weekly and Claude Session. There's some kind of bug going on with my Claude Session now since switching back and forth between FABLE and Opus that it's not happy about. How are you even populating that? Isn't a public API, right? I can't remember how, but it figured it out with like hooks and stuff. The challenging one was the Codex one. Claude has a command for it. It's like it can access this usage data, which is like an automated terminal command of some kind. We'll ask it what it's using. The moment here. What was this guy working on? I don't even remember, bro. Fix. The failure was not a new source compile error. It was a stale editor library. Player controller. Consumer image for the sibling engine source already registered. Oh, okay. Okay. So, all right. Who was asking about the game image earlier? Oh, Nick at Night. Let me show you, dude. Oh, bro. Also, I want to try dueling you. This is going to be the first time ever. So, you guys know what I replaced here at the bottom of the screen, right? Is I replaced the stream avatars program on Steam. I don't know if you guys have probably seen it in a lot of other people's streams before. So it's called Stream Avatars. It makes little 8-bit looking characters, right? Not 8-bit. This is a bit higher fidelity, but pixel art characters. The bottom of people's streams, right? This is what I was using with Stream Avatars, but then I switched to Linux and it was crashing constantly and freezing. So I was like, all right, my hand has been forced. I'm going to make my own now that's actually themed correctly for my world we're building, right? So these characters at the bottom are custom thing, the engine. And the cool thing about it that doesn't exist in Stream Avatars is only integrated with Twitch. Mine is the first ever cross-platform one I've ever seen. So let's see if we can. I don't know if you're here, Nick at night, listening in. Oh wait, yeah, you just typed a message. You're here. Let's see if this works with you, man. It might not work. Let's see. No, it didn't. It didn't do a message. Let me try it without the @ sign. The Nick at night 123. Well, it didn't come up with a thing that said Trickery has challenged Nick at Night to a duel. It didn't work. Well, I want it. If this doesn't work, then this is something we'll have Fable fix after the reset. We're trying to have the first ever cross-platform stream avatars functionality. Nope, it didn't work. Okay. So that's something we'll throw Opus at probably. That's kind of a minor thing. We'll put Opus on that task. Yeah, it's not working. Here's how it normally works. Who else just typed in chat? Matto Grammar. This is how it normally works. If you can accept Matto, that would be helpful. Okay, see, it works from Twitch user to Twitch user. We're dueling each other now. But we're missing every attack. Oh, there we go. Dude, what is the evade rate on the characters? I feel like it's pretty high. Oh my god, that was a crit. You just crit for half my health, bro. Oh, I just got you back with another crit. So what we're gonna try to do when the reset happens is we're gonna get these guys, we're gonna get the dual functionality to work cross-platform. That was the goal that I set originally, but it looks like that we have some bugs and Opus did not successfully get it to work cross-platform. Boom. GG's. Well, you are now because you typed in the message. I see you now. You got one of the goblins. Sweet, yeah. So, all right. Well, that's another thing we'll throw Claude at. Resets in 3 minutes. We're gonna put Claude on the task of getting cross platform dueling working Look at that audio visualizer. The stream has something new every time. Yeah, it's because I'm vibe coding out of my mind, bro. Like, the stream is evolving, like, so fast. What? Why'd it make him spin around before he starts walking? No!
Ad break incoming.
Dude, he can't turn. He can't turn left. He's literally Zoolander. Like, what? Oh my god. It went the long way around to make him face to the right. I haven't seen Kling do this before. It's the good old-fashioned randomness of AI. If you guys are on Twitch and you want to survive this ad break, you can redeem channel viewer points in the little options bits menu to power your character up. It stacks up to 4 times. I'll be right back during this ad break. Go use the restroom. And when I get back, Quad will be reset. All right, you guys. Wow, we all died. We all died again. It's just a graveyard. Your AC unit decided to quit on you today. 82 degrees in your office, bro. That sucks. The only time they fail is during the summer because it's the hardest. It's the hardest it has to work. Every 3 or 4 years, you're gonna have an AC quit in the dead middle of summer. You know. You already had it fixed yesterday. Replaced the motor. Now I think it's completely done for. Damn. I don't know, guys. Do you think we should keep this dude doing a little twirl every time he starts walking? I feel like it's a little bit, it'll get annoying. But it's kind of gives him a unique personality. He can't turn left. Time to try the frozen water bottle zip tied to the fan hack. Does that work? Well, working on it. We're working on, animating more of the characters. Testing Fable. The big thing I'm trying to run Fable on is trying to get Caden Live to be more performant. Like, this is broken right now when I scrub through. When I scrubbed through before, it was very choppy. And now it's just straight broken when I scrub. And then when I was playing, the frame rate would be bad. Even when I'm not streaming at all, like the frame rate would be terrible in Caden Live on the preview. Like the rendered video's fine, but the audio is like crackling in the preview and the frame rate's bad in the preview. And the scrubbing was really laggy. So I'm trying to get it to be just as smooth as Premiere. And in theory, what that's going to take is it needs to use the video card to do stuff instead of only the CPU. So it's the perfect task, I figured, for Big Brain Fable to work on, you know? Oh. All right, it reset. Claude is reset for me. All right, I'm only going to use Fable for working on the performance of the video editor. I'm going to switch to Opus for everything else. We got a lot of stuff to do. And I managed to use 68% of codecs. Okay, when I scrub through, it's not rendering at all now. I'm on the failure takes multiple reasons one. And then when I hit play, it takes like 10 to 20 seconds before it can even load and like play anything at all. And even then, it's still kind of crackling and like choppy. Please add like a bunch of logging so I can open up this exact project and then do all those actions, and you can read the logging yourself, and we can. All right, Fable is my one Fable workhorse is going to work on fixing. We hit session limits. Please check Codex's work. Kaz, convince me not to upgrade to the max plan at 200 a month. I'm not going to convince you not to, bro. What? It depends on what you're trying to do. Do you have a reason? That's what matters. Do you have something worth using it on? You know? You're hitting the 5-hour window 2 hours in constantly? Yeah, with Fable. I'm on it. They just reset my usage for Fable, so I'm happy with it. Yeah, the weekly usage reset today was huge. I was hoping we would get that. You're on Opus? Well, then it sounds like you should go to the $200 plan then, dude. Sounds like whatever you're working on, you need the $200 plan. Oh, Nick, you were asking earlier about engine stuff. I'll show you the biggest project we have that is being made at the engine right now, but it's on hold because I could spend forever on this project and the stream it'd be moving at a snail's pace. It'd be pretty uninteresting. Look, we got centipede mounts in this game. Yeah, this is the custom vibe coded engine. The continent I'm on is 15 by 15 kilometers. We got some pretty bad popping with the trees and stuff that I need to figure out how to fix. I just need lower LED trees.
Stopped for a clarifying question.
But I'll show you what the combat looks like in this game real quick. So this whole engine is vibe coded, and this whole game's been vibe coded so far. It's a port of a game I made a while ago. Here's what the combat looks like. On a camera spam on the screen. Huh. My editor, deck editor. This is inventory, but it's really rough. It's all super rough right now. It's going to be a complete game, but it's just not working on this all day every day is not a good path forward for me right now for growing the audience around like the brand and the company and stuff and making a living. It's this thing's gonna be crazy. It's gonna take the next like 2 or 3 years to finish. But we got the basics working, and that's what I cared about was trying to get the structural foundation in there, like proved out. Like prove out the structural foundation is possible with just AI coding, you know? The other one is a chess game. It's multiplayer with peer to peer. I have my own matchmaking service. I have my own game launcher too that these are all served on. Go to basic. It looks pretty good for vibe code. Looks like a multi-year hobby side project I remember a few years ago with similar features. How is the performance versus what you'd expect? Vibe code, an incremental game on Fable with your design chops, and you'll get a lot of attention right now. You think so? What do you mean an incremental game? Your weekly limit was at 99% last night, and I went to bed and woke up to a full reset. I figured it was gonna happen. That's why I was trying to burn all my tokens last night. Like they're bound to do a weekly reset. PSA, you guys that are regulars that might just now be showing up. Today we are multi-streaming to YouTube, but I figured out how to make it so YouTube has no music. Twitch has the music. So if you guys want to listen to the stream without music, just switch over to YouTube. And then if you want to be a part of the party, then switch over to Twitch. Yeah, I don't know. I had like my stream titles were like vibe coding 3 games at once and all this stuff. And it's just pretty hard to get attention, man. In general on the internet. It's very crowded. But yeah, check this out. One thing you've been working on is OBS building from source code, host cloud level OBS. Oh, nice. Yeah, my OBS is a fork that I've modified pretty heavily at this point. Okay. This is a bug. Let's see if codecs. How much codecs usage do we have left? Bro, what is Claude doing? This Claude's burned like 10% just trying to fix the mage animation. What the hell? Oh, no, it's probably this guy working on the video editor that's just eating all my tokens. But yeah, my OBS is a fork. I built a plugin for changing your title and multi-streaming before you go live in like one nice little window, which Streamlabs OBS has, and I was just used to it and I couldn't live without it. The alpha source for my camera having an alpha and my VTuber having an alpha were actually there he goes. My VTuber having an alpha and then my camera having alpha that looks this good. I had a vibe code all that for Linux. The default open source background filter on Linux was so bad. It was really bad. Use a lot of VRAM. Yeah, I'm sitting at 17 gigs out of 24 VRAM being used right now. And my GPU's at 90% usage. That's what I bought it for. I literally bought it to be able to like do game development stuff in Unreal Engine, which is usually really heavy. While running an Unreal Engine based VTuber while streaming to multiple platforms. That's the whole reason I bought the video card. But now it gets to do even more stuff. It's running speech to text, text to speech. Hey, when I hit play with multiple players, like 2 players to test this chess game, the second player, the connecting client, is in the wrong level. It's not getting placed in the active open level. It's getting placed in the Prexnack level with 5 boards. I was trying to switch to the basic level, which is normal basic chess, and then do 2-player game from inside of that level specifically.
Toons Claude finished looking into it.
The cat text speech model driver, you can't really actually name it. No, I did switch though. I was using Whisper, and then Whisper is very problematic, so I switched over to the new update of NVIDIA Parakeet. So I'm using at the moment is Parakeet. Parakeet TDT 0.6B V3. That's what I'm using. Takes up about 1.5 gigs of VRAM. And it doesn't hallucinate on silence. Does not hallucinate on silence. That's the big one. Big advantage of it over OpenAI's Whisper. Kitten TTS. Have you tried it? What's your thoughts on it? Only 15 million parameters. Text speech under 25. Built with Onyx. 15 to 80 million. 25 to 80. CPU optimized. Oh, text to speech. Okay, I'm using Kokoro right now. I might try Kitten. But it only has 8 voices. I don't know if the one that I need is going to be in there. We'll see. That's one of the main reasons I was like, I think I'm going to be stuck on Kokoro for a while because I have very specific voices like picked out, you know. Like, this one's a British female voice specifically. I don't know why he's got little dust kicks on his feet, but okay, which wizard is this? This is the Magi number 2. Kokoro? Yeah, Kokoro is the one I used for text to speech. At the moment. It has like 50 voices. So when I just told it kind of the vibe I wanted for the voices, it gave me like a bunch to preview. Yeah, some kind of flickering still happening with my windows. It's only happening with the windows though. On the desktop, it's not everything on the stream. Interesting. I think it has to do with the Z layers. Probably reboot my computer each time. Magi 2. Walk. Start. Playing. The one where you could only turn left. Here's his idol. Let's download his idol. Punch a cancer stick. I haven't heard that one before. Bro, what is Fable doing to my kid in live? You like the art style of that wizard? Thanks, man. I spent a lot of time on my mid-journey personalized profiles. I've got 3 different ones that really help with me landing that art style on the first try on a bunch of stuff. And then I also spend a lot of time in the style creator. It's basically 2D line art is essentially what this style is. Let's down this keg. Let's see if we can get the party going. Oh yeah, if you guys want to change your characters, stream command characters.
Running the characters command in chat.
Stream command character.
Running the character command in chat. Ad break incoming.
All right, I'm gonna power myself up.
Cadden Live Claude squashed the bug.
Did it? Seemed that way. No, it didn't. It's still going. Armageddon? Yeah, we'll see if we survive. I powered myself up.
Cadden Live Claude wrapped up the investigation.
Did it? Doesn't look like it. We all died. We barely, we only reached like, we were 5 seconds away from surviving. Yo, Fable's about to nuke this session again, just trying to get it to make Caden Live be performant. I might put a pause on it when we hit like 50% because I really want to keep working on like fun stuff. I don't want Fable to just rip through everything trying to make Caden Live work better. That's not very exciting.
Cadden Live Claude wrapped up the investigation.
What was this guy doing? I don't really care about this anymore. We're gonna close out this chat here. All right. Codex is telling me that it fixed this bug where I changed the level on the chess game. Players 2. I hit play. All right, it fixed it. There we go. So this is the other game that we have working in the game engine, and this is peer-to-peer multiplayer. So we got full-on chess working in multiplayer. And actually, it's playable on the software launcher. All right.
CAD and Live Claude finished the task.
All right, push anything that you had to do, and then we need to see if you have any of the skills available in this project for deploying and pushing updated builds. Hey, Claude has uh, a hook for this voice agent to report back to us and tell us when an agent is done with their work, and it tells us their name too, of like what panel they are if I've named that pane in Tmux. Please go look at all these hooks and calls for the voice agent that are hooked up for Claude, and hook them up for Codex as well. I was wondering why our voice confirmation agent was so quiet, and I realized it's because she was only set up to work with Claude. She was never set up to work with Codex. All right, dude, is Fable Boy done yet? Fable Boy is still going. He's been working for much since the reset. He's been working for almost 40 minutes and trying to fix the performance issues of Kden Live. I'm going to turn it down because it's annoying. I have to keep hearing it. You guys don't have to hear the Kden Live testing that Fable's doing on autopilot, but I do. It's kind of annoying. Sometimes it says fix. How does a hook know if it was a fix? It depends on the prompts that I gave it. So depending on the
CAD and
prompt,
Live Claude wrapped up the investigation.
like I gave it an RNG chance between saying wrapped up the investigation or finished digging into it if I asked it to look into something. So I asked it to do that, and then so there's a little bit of an RNG chance, but it depends on what the prompt was that I gave it. So if the prompt was a question, then it'll say like it answered your question or has an answer for your question. But if I asked it to fix a bug, then it'll tell me it fixed the bug, right? So that's all. You just give it the context of what give it the context of what the original prompt was. No, there is an LM. It's regex for it's like I don't know if it's regex necessarily, but it's hard coded like voice commands for the stuff where like I'm changing the OBS screen scene, or I'm like disabling my camera background and all that those basic commands, or the ones where we're routing stuff to the agents. Those are not doing any LLM calls. Those are just commands. Well, it is doing an LLM call to like look at well, no, I don't think it is at all, right? So I have a lot of commands that skip an LLM. But if it needs to refer to an LLM, it's using the codex CLI. So it has Hermes for the harness and the memory, and then it has the codex CLI for any request I make that requires some interpretation or reasoning. You know what I mean? Yeah, so there's like layers to it. It barely uses any codex tokens.
CAD and Live Claude wrapped up the task.
Did it really? I don't think it did. I think it's firing off the vocal hook for every sub agent right now that this guy spins up. He's cooking right now. This is the one Fable agent I'm running right now. I think Fable might have done it. That's looking promising. Hello? All right. I don't know what's going on with my. Why is my screen flip? I'm gonna stop talking about it. We'll just leave it alone. It's not too terrible, and it doesn't look out of place with the glitch effect. Okay. All right. We're saving our beer keg picture stream tunes. Do we need the banquet table for the characters? I feel like these are all kind of bad.
CAD and Live Claude wrapped up the investigation.
No, it's still running a shell. We need to stop the vocal hook from triggering on sub agents completing. All right, what is this guy doing? Okay. Let's get your guys' little water mage doing some shit. So he needs 2 more animations.
CAD and Live Claude finished the task.
I'm not sure if it did. After this one's done, I'm going to ask Claude to stop the vocal hooks from triggering off subagents. I can't believe there's never been other times that subagents have been running for this to happen. All right, we need the run. Let's see. Why is this open? Make sure the voice agent confirmation hook doesn't trigger from sub agents completing.
CAD and Live Claude wrapped up the investigation.
Okay. I just had to ask the Fable Claw that's working on the video editor. I had to tell him that it needs to add CLI commands for itself while it's on a debug end-to-end debug loop. It needs to add CLI commands for not stealing focus away from whatever else I'm looking at or whatever window I'm working in, because it's getting really annoying that it keeps popping up like that. That's an important feature you need for your loops, for your end-to-end loops. Is making sure it doesn't take your window focus, or it's going to drive you crazy, especially if you're juggling multiple projects at once. and an ice attack. We're gonna give the water orb wizard an ice attack. All right, we'll see how it looks. All right, we're gonna give him an ice attack. Playing's gonna generate a new. What genre of music is this? Drum and bass? Yeah, it's drum and bass. This is kind of like neurofunk, but I don't know. The Spotify algo has been putting me on to like really like minimal, like dark stuff. That's just they call this style specifically. People call this a roller, where it's just super smooth on the sub bass and the kicks and stuff. It's just rolling. Who are you generating right now? We're doing the Ice Wizard. The one that currently on the screen, Blahbar is the Ice Wizard at the moment. And I saw Mystical Cell picked it out earlier. He was here earlier. And he's my longest running subscriber. So I'm like, I got to do his next. I think after that, I'm going to do the other robot girl that my Kick account is always... Me and my Kick account and the user, what is her name? Trappistry or something up there. That robot girl character seems to get picked pretty often. What story behind sports science do you have? No, he doesn't have a name yet. So I think eventually what we want to do is we want every character to have a unique name and have some lore behind them. But right now, the smart scientist, he was actually just an accident here where I did a few generations where I didn't even give it a direction at all. I literally just said, make chibi characters, see what it would give me. We might want to do that a few more. I said, make a chibi version of the omni-reference character. I don't know what I gave it. Oh, it was an accident. It was just straight up an accident. I said, make a chibi version of Trickery, but I forgot to include his image. And it just gave it to me. And I was like, oh, he belongs. So this smart science is here in the capital city. It's one of the POIs I put in here. It exists in the capital. The capital is Hexalith Metropa. And the science lab building is over here, Smart Science. So I made this like a couple months ago. And when I got him by accident, when I was generating the characters, I was like, dude, he looks like a scientist that just that belongs to the Smart Science Lab company. He was the experiment itself. You like that building? You like this building, and you like that for his lore building? Yeah, dude. We'll have to figure it out. We need to give him a name. He's like the Doc Ock or something. Dude, I think I can fix... You see how this video loop gets dark, you guys? Like, everything gets dark and mushed out on the lighting. That's something that Kling does a lot. Oh, dude, look, he's got an ice attack. Hell yeah. He pulls a wand out of nowhere instead of using the orb. But it's okay. You think Midjourney's good for loops? I have very poor luck with Midjourney animations. They usually look terrible. But we'll try it because that would save my Kling credits quite a bit. Let's try like this cat. Start frame. Oh shit! They got a checkbox for loop. Dude, you weren't kidding. Look at that. Cat idle anime. Motion low, high. How do I set the duration? Are we locked out on that? Are we stuck with the duration of 5 seconds? 5 seconds is a long time. That's part of why I've been using Model 3 for Kling instead of my usual 2.5, which is cheaper and works really well. Is because I can set the timer to 3 seconds. Click on one of your images and look at the loop thing. The checkbox here. One of the generations says creation failed. Malformed request. This character just idle looks around. Seems to not want to work. Yeah, I think every character at the bottom of the screen is going to have a unique name and a backstory eventually. I just haven't thought of them yet. I can't get any loops to work at all, man. Let me refresh my mid journey. Run cycle. High. All right, we'll see what it does. But it doesn't like me trying to make animations for some reason. Bro, Fable is still cooking. Oh my god. We have 4 hours until the next reset, and Fable already shredded through 50% of my sub. I don't know if I want to stop it, though, because I feel like it's actually fixing the problem right now with Caden Live. You're stuck with 5 seconds? Yeah, I literally have switched over to exclusively doing the 3-second clips on Kling right now. Even though video 3 costs more to use than video 2.5, I'm only using 3 for the
ad break incoming.
That one fact. I honestly wish I could choose between 1 and 2 seconds for video clips on a lot of these tools. Ad break incoming, you guys. Power up if you want to survive. There's not a lot of reward for it right now, but it's just cool. I'm gonna power up my guys. Hey, the power up command for myself does not seem to work on my YouTube account. Just FYI. And then also, like, I tried to cross-platform duel somebody from Twitch over to YouTube, and it did not work. It didn't pop up with the message about so-and-so has challenged so-and-so to a duel. It should have posted that on both Twitch and YouTube, and it should have allowed the YouTube person to accept. Let's pause Fable. Can you pause and give me a quick overview of your progress? What's going on? Status. We need to save some session. All right, guys. Fable blew through 50% of my tokens in 1 hour.
Cad and Live Claude has a question for you.
Out of the 2 hours. So, oh my God, we survived. I survived. Jiggy Spice survived. My YouTube account survived. And Snooze Frog survived. What do I think of Fable? Well, I will think positively of Fable if it can fix the performance of Kdenlive to be just as good or better than Adobe Premiere and be fully like GPU accelerated version of a video editor. If it can pull that off, I will be very impressed. It's been running autonomously for an hour, end to end, trying to fix the performance issues of Kdenlive. And I just asked it to give me a report and pause because we're at 60% usage from it running endlessly for 1 hour. And I that's not good because we're gonna be sitting around here doing nothing for like 3 hours. If I don't pause it right now. But if it actually manages to, in just like 2 or 3 sessions, GPU enable, like GPU acceleration enable, like Kdenlive to be super fluid and smooth instead of choppy and pixelated and jittery in the preview window. I will be impressed. So that's what I think so far. And then Fable built our follower goal bar that we have up here today, which we need to add a subscriber goal. We already got 15 gifted today. Dude, that's my biggest problem is perf with your video editors. Sometimes it's good, but there are a lot of little things to consider. Yeah, I mean, you need to tell it to like enable a bunch of multi-threading for the playback. You need to tell it to enable GPU acceleration, so as much as possible is running on the GPU instead of the CPU. Because like I found out Kdenlive is literally only running on the CPU exclusively, and it's only using 4 threads on the CPU. So it wasn't even using that many cores on my CPU when I'm trying to do video editing and like scrubbing through the timeline rapidly and shit. So like structure your performance requests around that. You know, ask Fable, hey, do some research. Are we making full use of the GPU to make the performance as smooth as possible in video editor? Are we harnessing the full power of all of our CPU cores? That's kind of the only keywords you really need to just let it go off on an autonomous loop to increase the perf of anything you're making. What are those mid-journey loops? What the hell? Bro, that's terrible. Yeah, Midjourney's quality is so bad for making animated videos. The dance, I like that third one. That dance isn't too bad on the third one. Third one's kind of okay. Dude, the third one looks good. All right, so Productive Dude just tried this. He tried taking the scientists and giving them an animation, but using Midjourney instead of Kling, which is what I'm using right now. I think this is a usable dance, actually. So maybe we should try using Midjourney for the emotes to save me some Kling credits and use Kling for the important stuff like walk cycles.
Tunes balance Claude squash the bug.
FABLE is just too good. I'm just giving it my dream features instead of well-groomed task and it just rips through them. Oh, that's awesome. The cake party. Yeah, put some higher quality images. I just saved as from your website. Yeah, there's a whole process. You need the green screen version of the characters to be able to get the right formatted stuff. Oh, guys, just to let you guys know, looks like we got a new rotation of some of the regular viewers and stuff. But PSA, I figured out how to multi-stream to YouTube with no music. So if you guys want music on the stream, hang out in Twitch. And if you want no music, tune in to the YouTube version of the stream. It's the best of both worlds. You just flip-flop depending on how you're feeling. I think it's a pretty sweet setup, and I think it's a lot easier UX than creating a separate internet radio station for the stream's music. I actually feel like this could be really common practice for a lot of streamers. If a lot of people just got on board with this concept, it could be a new norm. Twitch has music and YouTube doesn't. Choose your own adventure. Like I said, I watched Bridgemind's stream this morning when he first started it up. And he did a poll on his YouTube stream with 3,000 people watching of music versus no music. And it was a totally dead even 50%. It was like 51% to 49% on the votes. Pretty crazy. Oh. Tells me there's a good reason to do both. Okay. We have all the clips we need for the next mage. I had to stop my Fable run because Magi number 2 now has animations that need to be made transparent and cropped and clipped and spliced up and put into the game engine. Magi 2 is ready for processing and importing. Go ahead. We're at 96% on codecs. resets in an hour. We're going to keep the little bit of codecs I have so that my voice agent can keep running without issues. The flicker appears to be not affecting any of my stream like overlay elements at all. And I think it's also just not even affecting the taskbar. I think it has something to do with our Z layer system and stuff inside of the Plasma desktop. Please just like investigate, but don't restart any services or anything without asking me first. I really don't want Kwin to crash because that crashes the whole stream. You can restart Plasma Shell though. I have learned that is definitely a safe thing to restart during a stream. All right, looking at the top of the screen, who else should we animate, you guys? Oh, let's see if our Midjourney loops. I said an idle loop for this fucking character. This isn't an idle loop. This is just spinning her around. Bro, what is going on? Midjourney does not want to generate video loops for me. Oh, there we go. I said a run cycle. Look what it did. It just spins him around on a pedestal. What the fuck? If we get extend auto, extend manual, what does that do? Extend video? Okay, here's the big thing that would make Midjourney actually useful for video gen animations that you want to loop. Can we capture last frame on any of these? Like you can in Kling? I mean, I'm sure I could get Opus to write us a tool where I just drop in the one-way clip in Midjourney. And then I say extract the last frame and then dump it out as an image so I can then import that into Midjourney and but like it's just a hassle, dude. Kling has it built in right here, extract frame, and it automatically puts you at the final frame because they know the main reason you want to extract a frame is to create a loop. Yeah, that's not a run cycle. This is not an idle loop. This is just a spin. I asked for a cat idle animation where he looks around and licks himself here for Noli. He's moving his arms and his hands like a fucking person. He's not really moving like a cat. Now this one's the closest one. Yeah, Kling is just unmatched so far. Kling's getting better results. Yeah, if you like. I had told you like I looked at Sora. I looked into Sora. I looked into Midjourney. I looked into Seed Dance. I looked into Runway. And then Kling. I looked at all of them when I first was picking a video model to do my animated short series a year ago, last summer. And nothing compared to Kling for handling like stylized animated characters specifically. For photorealism, like there's a lot of competitive options. Like Sora and Seed Dance and Kling and Runway, they're all kind of like a little bit neck and neck with each other if you're doing photorealistic stuff that you just want to look like a basic normal or something. But as soon as you start trying to do cartoon animated characters, a lot of them fall apart with Kling being the clear leader. My experience so far. So you get for games in general, it sure seems that way. How would you say? Don't set end frame, just set start frame. Click loop. Lower high. That's what I did. What was your prompt for those? Just dance? It said running anime. See, like, I thought those were dances. Oh, you did say you did do dancing for the goblin. Okay. Yeah, that's what I did. I had loop checked. Another roller of a drum and bass song, dude. Go. Yeah, so what characters should we animate next? I'm always going off of like what the RNG character picker tends to pick. Just try to play
Character
whack-a-mole.
throwing Claude is asking you a question.
Yeah, just do diagnostics. I don't want to flatten all my Z layers and break things right now in my layout. I'll test this later. It's only happening on OBS, by the way. Like I'm not seeing my actual desktop flicker. Kinetics, what's up, dude? You here for the vibe codings? Did I fucking visualizer myself? Hell yeah, I did, dude. Dude, you know what else I did? Is I split the music up. I know you're here for the vibes, but I figured out I multi-stream to YouTube now, and YouTube has no music. But Twitch has music. So now I can multi-stream to YouTube every single time I stream. It's pretty sweet. And then people can just ping pong back and forth, like, too, between the two streams, depending on if they're like, I want to watch the stream, but I feel like listening to my own music for a few hours. And then they're like, hey, now I want to listen to the trickery music for a little bit, whatever that is for the day. You know what else it means? It means I'm not confined to Suno jail anymore on Saturdays. No more Suno jail. Oh yeah, dude. My project's almost fully restored. You're on to phase 2, and which means new ideas. Oh, that's pretty sweet, dude. Are you running it on an actual server yet, or are you still running on a laptop? There's a lot of cloud server options for something that small that would probably only cost you like $5 a month, man. ESMud.com 5000. How much does it cost? Oh, it's on digital. Oh, you did put it on DigitalOcean as a VPN. Hell yeah, dude. Or exactly, dude. That's sick. All right, I'm gonna have to play me some Devil's Silence soon, then, bro. I haven't played I haven't played any muds on Linux yet. I don't know what that process is going to be like to play a mud here. I'm gonna have to make vibe code my own client. We're slowly animating all the characters, the Nuldrums characters at the bottom of the screen right now, man. I'm burning all my video credits on these guys. I figured out a 100% AI process for making sprite sheets and then getting them working inside the game engine.
Toons Claude's done with the task.
Do you ever use Higgsfield or is Kling Direct best? I looked into Higgsfield yesterday. Higgsfield looks like it has some really fucking badass tooling for posing characters intentionally. You can do poses, which is one of the biggest limitations with AI. I watched some videos. People use this completely free in-browser tool called posemy.art. And you literally have, you know, a standard freaking rig here. I haven't even tried really using it yet. Hang on. Bro, what? Okay, I haven't tried using this. This is really clunky. Groups menu duplicate. Where's my IK handles, dude? I saw people had IK handles on this. They got pre poses here. Pre-made scenes. I don't want pre-made. Like, just let me use this shit.
Character throwing Claude is asking you a question.
What? Oh, there we go. Oh, right. That's why they're not going to let you translate, because they have it hooked up to IK handles. Anyway, so you can use this website that I just bookmarked because I watched some YouTube tutorials the other day. And you can pose this generic character, and then you can literally screenshot the pose. And in Higgsfield, you can just take your pose screenshot and your character, and you can character any way that you want out of Higgsfield. So I'm going to try it at some point and see how well it works for some of these cartoon characters. But I looked at how much video generation you get in Higgsfield with like an $80 a month subscription. And I compared it to just having the $80 a month subscription in Kling. And it was basically like my rough math was it was half the amount of videos by going through Higgsfield to do a Kling videos. I don't think it was probably maybe if their numbers were based on Kling 3.0, it's probably more like 2/3 the amount of videos that you get for subscribing to Higgsfield instead of Kling directly. So that's the only reason I'm not trying Higgsfield right now. Is I was like, I might try like a $20 sub to it soon just to play around with their posing tools, because that is a pretty big limitation. Get Higgsfield CLI on Claude and have it batch a bunch. You might burn credits faster. I don't trust AI to like automate this animation process because every character has a different quirk, some like really minor detail on the character that you wouldn't like.
Character throwing Claude paused to ask you something.
Some minor detail on the character that you wouldn't even think about. The video model just like latches onto, like doubles down on doing something fucking weird. Just because there's some weird way about the way the image was drawn that it just like this girl. Here's an example. Other robot girls I animated, no problems. This one specifically, it took her very serious, sullen face, which we want because she's a siren. She's not necessarily a good person, a good guy. Look, so she's got this perfect siren looking face, you know, very serious and all this, but then it jumps straight into fucking whoop, she opens her eyes and now she's like super cutesy anime girl, right? Really weird. It didn't do that with the other robot girl, but this one, and that's not the only time it did it. It did it again here with her walk animation. So I had to rerun these and I had to add a specific little sentence just for her special made just for her, telling it like her what did I tell it? So this is how I got it to not do it. Expression is frozen and stern. Eyes stay half open and low. She's a serious character. So I had to give it some positive tilted prompts here to keep her from going into anime town, right? That's just one example. There's a lot of cases of this happening with Kling. And that's why I would not automate this. You would waste so many credits. You wouldn't be able to catch these stupid things that it randomly decides to do on a case by case basis. Like this guy, it made his eyes
Tunes Claude's done with the fix.
hollow and empty and soulless. Yo, 6 gifted. What's up, dude? Awesome. Appreciate it. 6 gifted subs. Productive, dude. Try again. Power up one hand. Twitch, YouTube, dual at name should post channel. Okay, if YouTube viewer names has a space in it, dual for his lives only reason one way. Add a handle size. Cool. I will restart it. The next thing is earlier I had you add the functionality where all the characters keep celebrating every time the subscriber notification goes off after we get a batch of gifted subs. It looks like that is not working. It's still only doing a one-time, like 20-second celebration when the gifted sub event lands. So it looks like roughly the time between each notification is oh, that was the end of the train. I think it's 10 seconds between each sub. So you need to just take how long they're celebrating and then multiply it by 10 seconds by the number of gifted subs and see if we can fix it that way. Right, we'll fix that. 9:15. I need to make some dumplings and broccoli and chicken breasts tonight. Start up the oven. Hey Matt, what's up? You made some of them walk. Do you have any VOD? Yeah, all my VODs are always public from the last 2 months, dude. Go scrub through it. And then just stick around tonight and you'll see I'm animating all of them. I might even go crazy and bump my Kling subscription up to the $80 one and just start ripping, dude, because we can give them all emotes and eating and drinking and celebrating and jumping, death animations, hit reaction animations. There's like an endless thing I could spend my video credits on now. You got hit the bed? Okay. I'll give you the rundown. I had to work with Claude to figure this out because at first I tried a normal transparent image and it looked terrible. It gets all this aliasing you can't get rid of and stuff. It goes outside the boundaries. So what you have to do is once you have your transparent image, you need a padded version so it has a lot of room to do the animation without it clipping off the edge. So you need a padded version with green screen. Like this guy here. And then once you're done, then you need to create a Claude skill. This still goes, I knew this was going to go off screen because I was like, do an energy attack, but it'll still look cool. So then you need to create a Claude skill or AI skill where you hand it the footage and then it runs
break incoming.
It runs a map model to remove the green screen and it runs a despill model to remove a bunch of the green screen. And then and then the AI can intelligently find like loops and, oh, wait. We have new animations on the Frost Wizard. Let's see this shit in action. I'm going to power myself up. But yeah, so then once you run the mat and despill on the frames, the other thing that Claude is able to intelligently completely figure out on its own is like where the loop is for walking or running inside of the 3-second clip. It actually seems to do a good job of like using the vision part of its model to like compare frames and find the loops on its own. I don't even have to tell it like, okay, start the loop on this frame, end it on this frame. It just figures it out. So it's pretty crazy. We have a whole process
Tune's balance
now.
Claude finished the fix.
Let's see if we survive. It's going to be a close one. Oh, look, the YouTube commands work. My wizard on my YouTube account is powered up. Okay, all my buffed characters survived. Everybody else died. My buffed characters survived. And Evan survived. Good job. Stream Avatars is Nuldrums. It's the Nuldrums. I call it Stream Tunes. It's running in my vibe coded game engine, dude. I completely did Stream Avatars because it was crashing on Linux. And I always knew like I wanted to make Nuldrums themed characters. And moving to Linux, it was crashing. It finally forced my hand to just vibe code Nuldrum stream tunes now. So we're doing our own shit. I'm about to have it either today or tomorrow where I can pick people up. Like we're integrating the camera feed into the game engine with the characters. We're going to have it pretty soon where I can pick you guys up and I can throw people across the screen and shit. Or eat people. It's going to be nuts. And if you notice too, I integrated it with the chat above my head. So like when you say your messages, they fly up into the chat box. So it's all like one, everything that's just overlay layer in the stream is like unified is the goal. So there's like desktop layer and then there's overlay layer instead of all these like 5 separate pieces and overlays and browser sources that don't talk to each other. You know what I mean? Infernius, it's ridiculous they don't let you use Fable for coding. I'm assuming, what do you mean, dude? I've been coding with it all day. They said on Twitter unless they change their mind. What? Since when? I literally was coding with it all day. I just had to pause it because it ripped through all my tokens. I saw some people were saying they're having issues getting it to debug stuff. Did they just shut it down? Oh, I watched Bridgemine's stream today. He didn't have it fall back to Opus at all in all the tests that he ran. So I don't know when it goes back to Opus or how often or what type of task, but I watched his stream and he ran like 5 different tests all on Fable at once, and he didn't have it fall back to Opus whatsoever. So I don't know when it's doing it. Is it going to pay per token soon? In theory on July 7th. Look at this, you guys. We can fully change the color scheme now. everything updates. Pretty crazy. Yeah, look. We gotta heat up some food or start the process. I gotta turn on my oven. Enable camera background.
Showing the camera background.
Ooh. Boom, 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 boom. We got more new people showing up. Cool. Yo, if you guys are on Twitch and you want to listen to the stream without music, you can go watch it on YouTube instead. If you're on YouTube and you want music, then come over to Twitch. It's where the party's at. Okay, we got to read the message about going back to Cyan Land. I feel like it's the most readable. Is out. Still no legacy news, unfortunately. Yeah. I don't even know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. All I know is the auction's over, but I haven't heard anything. I'm sure if anything is significant came about from the auction, it's probably gonna take like a month for paperwork. Like it'll probably literally take a month or two for paperwork because there's a whole panel of investors, a whole board of investors that all have to negotiate and vote on whatever the hell they decide to do. You know what I mean? So I would not expect any news to show up for like at least a month, is a guess. Just how it works with business deals, you know? Yeah, got it? Yeah. Enable dinner message. Enable dinner message.
Showing the dinner message.
Accept. Must fight. Oh, there's a little bug there. This is an important essay from Fable I need to read after this duel. Why are we missing so much? All right, cool. Sounds good. Next little tiny detail. For some reason, when the duel happens, I think there's like a max limit of audience characters on either side, and the extra ones are stuck facing away instead of towards the duel. And actually, I don't want each character evenly spaced like this. I want them sort of like overlapping each other and crowded up and stuff. Once we've reached that max like limit left to right, so it looks like a big piled up audience. Nice. Rats, dude. GG. We're gonna build some kind of ecosystem, you guys, eventually, so that there's currency that you're tracking based on duels you've won or something, and I'm gonna try to make it a little more purposeful than stream avatars. Clap. Blah bar redeem power up. Dude, you're getting beefy. Did you pick the Fox Queen intentionally? Blobbar, you trying to you sticking with her as your main right now? Are you maining the Fox Queen? How do you switch? Stream command character.
Running the character command in chat.
right. I'm making dinner, you guys, so it's gonna be a little extra quiet for those of you that are um yeah. Be back and forth for a little bit.
Toon's balance clawed squash the bug.
So today's a great day to be alive. Fable has returned. The golden days are upon us. 5 coded startups will take over this mortal realm. Long last the AI psychosis. I love it, dude. Such a great message. I got a bunch of food. Yeah. Yo, this song is sick. I'm gonna save this one for sure. All right, I don't want to get too distracted. I'm gonna forget about the food that's in the oven. All right, so this is our one fable that we ran for this session on loop for an hour straight, autonomously trying to improve the performance of the video editor, Aiden Live. Our own custom fork. It's an open source video editor. The performance is pretty awful in it. When I'm just like doing basic stuff, like scrubbing through the timeline and shit. We're trying to get it to be just as good as Adobe Premiere or better. So this guy ran for an hour straight. I'm sure he found some very interesting things about why the video editor is laggy. Let's see what he had to say. This is Fable. Status report, Kdenlive playback scrub fix loop. Fixed and proven in working tree uncommitted. Stale frame scrub bug. Your scrubbing renders nothing. Root cause and fix. Kdenlive only purge the frame queue on seeks while playing. The multi-threaded consumer keeps the queue filled while paused. So scrubs popped stale wrong frames and the playhead even snapped back. Fix always purge on seek. Pause, refresh. Scrub now shows the correct frame in 200 to 400 milliseconds. Was nothing, or 12.9 seconds of stale drain before play. 10 to 20 second play start. Same root cause. Now 0.5 to 1.9 seconds depending on the consumer config. Harness built. I can launch your exact project headless with no focus stealing. That's important for any kind of debug end-to-end loop. For an agent, no focus steal, so you can keep juggling multiple projects. The Kwin rule from clip that is active verified. Drive, scrub play via dbus, and read frame-by-frame timing journal. Okay? So that's just for it to do autonomous implementation. The remaining problem measured precisely. Your timeline's frame graph cost 100 milliseconds a frame. 10 FPS capacity. I bisected it headlessly. Yeah, that's slow as crap. So I'm not even getting 60 FPS when I'm just literally hitting play on the timeline in my video editor. The 4-track compositing QT blend transitions. 75 milliseconds, 19 milliseconds each. Everything else decode with proxy, subtitles, camera banner, and information. 25 milliseconds total. That's still not 60 FPS. To get 60 FPS, we need 16 milliseconds. But we actually only really need 30 FPS just to make it usable. It's resolution invariant. QT blend forces full res. Parallelism invariant. Serial by design. And alternatives tested so far are no better. Pyro blend 110 milliseconds. Classic composite 118 milliseconds. CPU compositing of 4x 1080 1920 layers is just slow and single threaded. Where this leaves us, proxies plus purge fixes. Scrubbing, pausing, frame stepping is good now. Smooth 30 FPS playback needs compositing under 33 milliseconds. CPU blenders can't. The real answer is GPU compositing, move it, or a custom fast blend path. Skip compositing or opaque full frame tracks. Your V1 doesn't need blending at all. That alone might have it. Proxies. Token saving suggestion. Good pause point. I commit the proven fixes. Use it. Scrub edit is dramatically better already, and we attack the 75 millisecond compositing cost in a fresh session with the full plan already written into memory. I literally at this point almost feel like I could build a video editor in my game engine, and it would be more performant than anything else. Because we spent a lot of time getting that thing to be performance. Okay, so it improved it, but in general, if I'm hitting play on my timeline, it's moving at 10 FPS instead of 30. That's really bad. So Fable's going to continue that after the reset. What am I working on? Is Fable eating up your usage on 200 max? I'm on 100 max, and yes, it chewed through a shitload of tokens. Hey, Red, what's up, Posh? We could be really red. Check it out. Yeah, I finally got it to affect the ghosty terminal. Here's green. Here's black and white. Grayscale. Yeah, Linux is magical. Everyone that has a Claude sub, you guys should try setting up dual boot Linux.
Ad break incoming.
Yo, is dual Linux possible on Mac? I don't know. Maybe, probably not without a little bit of risk. The way I was able to do it, my computer, separate hard drive. Yo. Ooh-wee. That was some good food, man. Good. Not done yet. We're gonna keep vibing and listening to tunes. I'm gonna eat some dessert. And then we're gonna try to cap out our Claude tokens. We reset in 2.5 hours. We're gonna hit cap on that, and then Codex is gonna reset soon as well. Guys, have 18 viewers on Twitch, 2 on Kick, YouTube. It's happening. I think tonight we will burn down my entire Kling tokens, animating the characters at the bottom of the screen. I think we're gonna animate the rest of the robot girls. Maybe some more of the goblins.
Ad break incoming.
Yo, gonna wind down for a bit and crash, but have a great stream. Yo, thanks, bro. Good night. These kid Kevin, thanks for the follow. Thanks for hanging out, man. I hope the mud. I'm gonna have to play the mud soon. It's 6 followers today. Thank you for the support, you guys. All right, I'm back from dinner break. Done. So I'm gonna go back to yapping. We're on the ad break right now. I don't know who else. All right, ad break's over. We're all dead. We're all dead. Disable dinner message.
Hiding the dinner message.
Hide camera background.
Hiding the camera background.
The blip's still happening on the stream. Also, you guys, I think this looks like the same crew that was here before I went to go eat dinner, but yeah, it's the same group pretty much. I don't need to repeat myself. Maybe I will. If anyone wants to watch the stream without music, you can tune into the YouTube version. The Twitch stream has the music, has the tunage. Yeah. So, you know, if you get tired of my tunes and you want your own, just flip over to the YouTube stream and just go back and forth. And on the vibes that you're feeling. The other thing too is if anyone could, I would appreciate it if someone could subscribe to my YouTube that hasn't already. I'm just curious to see if our daily follower goal bar up here. I'm curious to see if this increments from subs. Supposed to. Right now it's all Twitch followers is what.
Character throwing
never mind.
Claude
It
wrapped
works.
up the investigation.
It says we got one YouTube subscriber. It says we got 5 Twitch followers and 1 YouTube sub. Let me check and make sure the numbers are accurate. Yep, we're at 105 on YouTube. So the follower bar works across all platforms. It's pretty dope. Okay, Claude figured out why my screen keeps flickering. It just started happening today. A destructive tile rebuild. The rebuild is a smoking oven because L0 and L1 have different tile structures. The script does the destructive path. Framer 2, every window that monitors reposition. No, it's not flickering guaranteed off of switching Z layers. It's totally fine. I just flipped a bunch of Z layers and didn't change anything. It really is just like random. Like I'm just staring at the screen and I see like the whole like desktop like flicker. Do you think the engineering abilities of these models will lead to macro productivity gains? Yeah, absolutely, dude. For sure. Like I believe some people think, oh, everything's gonna go to shit for software and it's all gonna get shittier and blah blah blah. I don't think that's true. I think that right now, every like random little app that you have on your phone or every website you go to, I think the experience is gonna be more feature rich and polished. The whole bar is gonna go up, and video games too. By like 2028 to 2030, all of software is going to look really different. Like the minimum required quality bar is going to be way higher than ever before. Yeah. Electricity is probably way more important. Yeah, probably. I would agree with that. But I think it took longer to play out, right? That's what's kind of exciting about this. It's only going to take like 2 to 5 years now that the agentic coding tools are decent for us to see a major impact. I feel like electricity probably took like 20 or 30 years to make its impact. You know what I mean?
Character throwing Claude finished investigating.
Ooh, all right. We're almost transitioned into chill post dinner mode. First half of stream's always got to be the hype half, right? Everyone can learn faster than ever before, probably, and set up automations in seconds without really needing to understand how things wire up. That's true. That's true. On the couch, 23. What's up? Vibe coding. I thought about that as well when I walked over in the other room just now. I think that is the biggest thing. The search engine jumped collective human knowledge like a decent amount. And I feel like AI is just another layer of that. Like the baseline amount of knowledge people are going to have in their heads and be able to reach is just so much bigger now. So that's going to result in everything kind of feeling a little more streamlined in general in life, you know? We're going to little thing myself. What are you working on? I want to hear about everybody's vibe coded projects. We have people making games. We have people making video editors. We have people making game engines, making web apps. We have people making. Someone was making a job search thing earlier. That was bad. Nemo, you're here. What's up? Can you buff Wizard already? Yeah, I'll get right on it. You're making a weather simulation engine. Oh, well, that's pretty unique among the couch. You're the first person to show up in the chat that's making a weather simulation engine. Wild. Oh, I love vibe coding, dude.
Character throwing Claude finished investigating.
Not much, Nemo. We're today the new Anthropic model came out, Fable 5. That people are waiting on for a minute. So we're testing it out today. And I've kind of become like a vibe code like streamer in a lot of ways, man. That's like the whole audience now. It's a growing niche in the streaming world. So I was like, I can't miss the Fable 5 release. It's a big day to stream, you know? Are you the Terminator just plugging the Claude? Yeah, pretty much, bro. Look at, dude, I vibe coded all these effects and stuff you see on me here. Got like a ghost effect. Got my music equalizers going. We vibe coded this. I figured out a 100% AI process to animate these characters, dude. So now I can make fully like animated 2D sprites. They're like, you know, they're a little bit slop. They're a little bit shitty, but they're pretty cool when they're that tiny. You can't really tell. We're gonna make them all party. We're gonna roll out a keg middle of the screen here, and then they're all gonna like be drinking and partying, man. During ad breaks. It's gonna be a secret party that only people that are subscribed or that have an ad blocker get to see. Keg stand? Yeah, someone could do a keg stand. I used to do gargoyles all the time. I was so cringy in college. My favorite thing to do is a gargoyle. Nemo, you want a duel? What? Don't want to accept my duel. Another among the couch. I could see the link later what I have so far if you want, but I don't want to seem like I'm promoting anything. I'm just a little side project everywhere on Minecraft mods and other stuff. Coding for me is soothing. Everyone seems to hate it for some reason. Everyone? I feel like a lot of people love it, man. Every party must have a keg. This is true. It's not, I never felt like it was actually a party unless you had the keg. Remake these little avatars party. Yeah, you guys, I see more new names here. So I'm doing something cool that I could see being a trend for streamers eventually. If you guys want, if any of you new people want the stream without music, just tune into the YouTube version. I figured out how to split it. YouTube is really sus about copyright strikes, so you can't even listen to Spotify on YouTube. It's super annoying. But I was like, oh, wait a minute. I can just use the YouTube stream as the outlet for the no music version for people that want that, you know? Just thought I'd let you guys know. Any of you that are discovering the stream from browsing the Twitch category. All right, Nemo didn't want to duel me. It's too bad. This Claw did a bunch of fixes. Let's restart the stream characters. Boom, there we go. Who do we have left to animate? Oh, we're going to animate that other robot girl because she shows up pretty frequently. Anyone want a duel? Who is just among the couch has been talking? You can drop your link among the couch. You just gotta duel me, bro. Do exclamation point accept. Somebody, please. There you go. All right, let's check it out. Let's see if Claude fixed the bugs. So the audience was like, yeah, the audience is all clumped up now. They look way better. I think you got me, man. Oh, you crit. You crit me on the last hit. That was a brutal killing blow. Nice. Dude, the duel is looking so much better now. Horizontal rotate the running animations they are running back after the attack, or do you like the Pokemon look? What do you mean horizontal rotate? Right now they do the run. If they have both a run and a walk loop, yeah, links are allowed in chat. If they have a run and a walk loop, they do the run when they go forward, and then they do the walk when they go backwards. And they do the walk in reverse. They play the walk loop in reverse when they go back. I was going to have them turn around and then go back and then flip back around again. We could do it that way as well. I mean, you can just flip the video horizontally. Yeah, I could. I was thinking about trying it, but I kind of like that they backpedal a little bit. We might try that version too. That was the first version I was thinking about prototyping. Nick at Night. I'll cover all the token spend for anyone in closed beta, so it's free, or I pay QA and advice and token spend. Wait, for what? What are you talking about? Closed beta of what? Among the couch, I still need to fix some of the UI elements so you don't mind if they look kind of stupid and don't match what's happening, but there's a controls thing in the bottom left. All right. Let's check out Among the Couch's vibe coded weather simulation engine in a web app. Live Supercell simulator. You know, you get on me talk because I'd be interested in parts we are. Nick, are you talking in the right chat? I feel like there's some context missing with the messages that you posted. There was no like warm up to that. I'm like genuinely just confused. I feel like I'm missing the first message, like a message didn't post or something for me in the chat. It pulls data from real locations. You can click the controls in the bottom corner. Okay. Peak wind rating, Meso Z, updraft, storm clock, FPS. Full earth mode. Whoa. Dive into storm sim environment. NOAA. 3 level moisture. Your bit fried on the job website guy you mentioned. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mentioned that as just the variety of stuff people were working on. Okay, well, there's the context, you guys. If anyone wants to work with Nick at night on anything, yeah, the context is missing. He's working on a job application applier app. Anyone wants? Okay, these sliders aren't working. I think it's because follow real time is checked. Is my guess. So I'm locked out. Nope. Okay, so I unchecked follow real time. I thought it might give me like manual control. Okay. Right click is the nav. This is reverse to me compared to most 3D software. If I go to the right, I'm going to the left. I mean, it makes sense. It feels like flipped for some reason to me. Like, I feel like I'm flying an airplane. But maybe that's what you wanted. All right, how do I see like a storm? New storm. What if I take off real time and then I click new storm? Do I get a storm? Storm clock, updraft. Okay, there's some clouds. Click the full globe. Yeah, I was gonna try that next. I just wasn't sure what it would do. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, your 3D navigation feels completely inverted to me. Like the left, the right, the up, and the down is like disorienting for me. But that's just from using like Blender and Unreal. But if you're like a pilot or something, I could see why it felt natural to you or something. Click somewhere on the globe. Okay. I was just rotating around. Let's see. I'm right clicking. I'm left clicking. What else do I do? It's almost nighttime. Then click dive. Okay. Oh, there's a whole bunch of stuff that I miss. Rendering tornado micro model simulation. Dive into storm sim here. All right, we got some clouds here. That Dive takes you into the location you chose for the map. Oh, okay. So if I click this, it takes me out. So I think here's what I think from a professional video game designer's standpoint, on UX stuff. I think, dude, because this is kind of weird to me that I've got like a checkbox here to go out and then a separated button here to go in. Like checkbox versus button, that doesn't seem like a pairing you would think of. I think you need to get this working where like literally I just zoom in and then once you zoom in past this threshold here, yeah, at the very least it should be a toggle button, like Productive Dude said. But when I'm here, if I zoom in, it should auto dive, right? You should have like a threshold where you do like an auto dive. Kind of like how like Google Maps like transitions at some point once you zoom in far enough into like a different mode, you know what I mean? Anyways, that's just some feedback I got on the dive thing. Next, I kind of want to turn on real time and find like an actual storm that's happening in the world. Where's it raining right now? Zooming in is really hard for this since the limit for area has to be so tight to be able to run around. Yeah, yeah. I'm saying like don't make the zoom crazy good. I'm just saying if I click here, I zoom in and then boom, like here's the hard limit that you set, right? It's fine. I'm saying like if I keep pressing zoom in here, it should just auto do this. That's all I'm saying. Like automatically do the dive in when somebody's trying to continue to zoom. Because like that's their intention, right? After they've selected a location. That's what I was suggesting. All right, where's it raining? Is Fable worth it for me? Outside game dev, I just use Claude to ask questions about building things in Unreal and how to implement them. I haven't tried it yet. Nah, Fable's not. I think using Fable to pilot Unreal Engine right now is kind of a waste, probably for the most part. Unless you're like integrate the seamless boundary multi-server plugin for me that Epic has, and then fix all the bugs with it that I'm running into. Something crazy like that. Like that's the only time it'd be worth it. So if it's doing a whole bunch of C++ code. I'll probably change that. Yeah. Yeah. That was just a suggestion. I think it's from like Google Maps and like Eve and like stuff is what makes me think of that as the natural UX. Where's it raining right now in the world? I'm not going to be able to find this shit. Minneapolis-ish. Halifax. Edmonton. Up. We could go up here somewhere. Oh, it's dark though. See if we can find Edmonton area. Try zooming in here. Maybe do a moon with some moonlight or something sometimes. Or a night mode.
Ad break incoming.
If you have historical data, it'd be cool to be able to replay an old storm. That would be crazy. All of the white is based on how many clouds are where. The gradient for it is more white there is, more clouds there is in a given area. Solid white is a possible storm. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to find it based on that, but that's why I clicked in India. I feel like we need to slow down the run speed on the characters during the ad break invasion. They're just like so zippy. If you didn't know, though, NOAA is the main weather station ironically the government gets most of their weather data from. Oh, that's cool. I knew it was like some global weather source. I didn't know that the government uses it. Okay, let's dive into here. So this is in Russia. Here's some clouds. All right, well, it's hard for me to pin down a storm. How do I simulate it? I just want to see a storm real quick, and then increase the cell. Turn off NOAA. Okay. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, what's the difference between NOAA and follow real time? Because I assume follow real time unchecking was basically doing the same thing that follow NOAA unchecking would do. We all died except for my YouTube character. Whoa. It's a big cloud. All right, new storm. For those who the timer there, it still uses NOAA data, but it estimates what could happen with a possible storm based on current conditions. Oh, okay. Let's create something from scratch. Cool. Yeah, it looks like a storm's building right now. Real moisture data and real physics data? Nice, dude. Well, that's pretty sick. You're the first person to show up in the vibe coding stream that's vibe coding a weather engine. Sweet. Sick, man. Very unique thing to be making. It'd be nice to have better navigation for getting to where you want to go in the world. Maybe a type of a latitude and longitude or address match. That'd be interesting. Fully height map too. Pretty sick. Turn on my air conditioner real quick. Humidity. That's what I've been working on? Yeah, that's pretty sweet. I'll remember that, man. You're the first person I've ever talked to in my life that's had a desire to build a weather simulation engine. Oh, it's midnight? All right, man. Yeah, it's 11 for me right now. But thanks for stopping by. Oh, dude, appreciate it. You follower. Thanks, man. Seven out of 20 followers today, you guys, across Twitch and YouTube. Pretty good, good amount of progress. Oh, I just realized that was Posh that talked earlier was our one kick viewer that showed up today. Pretty rad. My multi-stream chat is fully functional. I know that for a fact now. I can see Kick, YouTube, and Twitch all in one place. Man, I'm so stupid. We've just been YOLOing all these characters. I really should have colored them in in Krita. So, sorry, G. I fired up Fable just now to work some game prototypes. Think it's possible to power through stuff using it all day, or only best for like big stuff to lay the foundation and switch back to Opus? I think the latter. I think the second one. I think you guessed it right. That's my opinion right now. The amount of work you get for just running on Opus 4.8, and even with just like leaving on the 1 million context one for long, complicated, difficult problems that touch a lot of different parts of a code base, it just feels like the most bang for your buck right now, for sure. I'm gonna ask Claude something. Victor marketing. Uh, Hey, is there a Claude config setting you can set where if I'm on Opus 4.7 or 4.8 or Fable or any of the newer models, um, we're in auto mode on by default as soon as I start the session, because that's something I literally have to do every single session is shift tab. I'm never not on auto mode. All right, let's go check on our video editor, Caden Live. Their custom fork. Dangerously skip permissions, yeah, by default. And then I run codecs on Mad Max mode on X. Like a Tesla car.
Claude finished looking into it.
I'm just kidding. I don't run Mad Max mode on a Tesla. When I've driven one before, I too much. I just bounce between normal and aggressive. The answer is yes, you have it. But I soft coded it obviously, so you just ask Claude to set bypass permissions to always be on. Oh, nice. Well, let's see. I asked this Claude to look into it. We'll see what it says. Guys, I'm gonna go to green mode for a minute. Whoa.
Claude finished looking into it.
Now we're really in the Matrix.
Claude's done with the task.
All right, that should help. Hey, can we slow down their run speed during the invasion? They're just like real crazy all over the place. I want to slow down their run speed by like I want to say 30%. Let's try that. Crazy. Crazy tune. That was a crazy tune. Wait, did I reboot this morning since pulling it out of the hibernation state? I don't think I did. I think I was able to get back to the screen.
Tunes balance Claude squash the bug.
I feel like doing red mode tomorrow. Whoa. I want to try red mode tomorrow. It's a little bit much with the text all changing to that color and ghosty. Yesterday it was broken and like the text was always blue and ghosty. She kind of liked that. Like I wish red mode I could probably fix this. I think that's what's disorienting is like is the text over here on the readout bar. This text is white on red. I think we could do white for the text. It might make mode a little bit better. Green is readable. Purple is like purple is even like hard for me to read. I'm sure this is impossible for you guys to read in chat. I might make the text white on purple for the majority of it. It's an interesting vibe, but like I wish this was inverted here. Like these highlighted variable names. These constants that it made. Kind of wish it was inverted and these were purple and the rest of this text was white. We should try. Let's try that. Let's go over to let's get a rice clod up and running. Hey, buffers, guide to stale degrade processes. BT switch doesn't reset them. Only display engine OBS still writing. Pre-suspend DMA buffers. Modifiers, random torn frames, random whole frame, silent degraded buffer state. Not a live fault. Let me pin the resume timeline. From the screencast didn't. Yeah, I got a weird state today. And I think that's why the monitors are flickering, but learned a lesson, so I should pretty much always reboot my computer after stream. The hibernate mode has been doing very strange things. For some reason, I haven't been able to turn it off at all. Try to change so many settings. CD rice scripts. Quad. Oh, I got a Hermes task.
Character throwing Claude paused to ask you something. Character throwing Claude finished digging into it.
Name this pane rice Claude.
Got it, this pane is now Rice Claude.
Name this pane Hermes Claude.
Got it, this pane is now Hermes Claude.
Tell Hermes Claude that I need a new command for you to be able to start a new Claude session or codex session in a named pane. So it's going to start with like start Claude session or start codex session in this pane. Or we could even reuse this same thing and say start session something pane and then Claude or codex after. I think we should accept both parameter orderings.
Sounds good, over to Hermes Claude.
Yo, what was that thing Avalanche talked about this morning? Yo, we gotta look this up. Codex reset. Sorry. I'm like dying a little bit. I don't know what's going on. I can't talk. Non-alcoholic beer. Weird. It feels like the Guinness is making me congested. It's weird. All right. I want to ask about the thing that Avalanche mentioned earlier. He was saying it like it's some massive flex to understand a sliding window and why it's necessary, I think he said, to have a reliable ACK protocol on UDP. I want to go look this up.
Ad break incoming.
He said it's such a challenging concept that anyone that's vibe coding can't possibly understand it. Way at the top of the stream. Oh, I missed it. Yo, that's crazy. Okay. So there's a limit on how much of the chat I can scroll up. Let's see, oh shit. See if we live if I power up. The YouTube one's going to get powered up late because there's a 20-second poll rate. This is a codex question. All right. We didn't get to catch the latest changes this time on this invasion, but I did just slow down their run speed by 30% during the invasion. Hey, a decent number of people live there. I think it's just the RNG. All right. I think it could just be this scaling's more balanced around 20 players than it is around 4. So we should probably scale down the spawn rate between 0 and 10 viewers on the stream. And then it should ease up. It should lerp between whatever that tuning point is and the tuning point it's currently at as you go from 10 to 20 viewers in the stream. You guys think we need sound effects in the characters? I feel like we do. Like if it just sounded like a wall of crazy shit happening, like when you're when you're in like a raid boss in Maple Story or something, right? Like that kind of equivalent of. Yo, on my stream, sound design
Hermes
tomorrow.
Claude finished the fix.
I have to do it from Windows though. Let's ask this codex what Avalanche was saying earlier is such a insanely hard concept that you have to spend tons of hours manually coding stuff just to understand it. Hey, can Can you explain to me and make like a little web diagram with the animations to visualize and show um, how a sliding window is used in like implementations of trying to make a reliable ACK protocol for UDP? ACK, short for acknowledgement. See if we can get something. All right, we got to tell Rice Claude I can't read shit on the purple mode. It needs to invert these on Ghosty, it needs to invert the text of what's white and what's purple. Tell Rice Claude to invert the like white and purple text on the Tmux and Ghosty themes for the red theme and the purple theme because it's a little too dark and it's hard to read. So I'd rather that for like the purple theme, for instance, the words that are highlighted white right now, like these variable constants in the screenshot, I'd prefer those are highlighted purple, and then the rest of the bulk text is white, so just inverted.
Got it, sent that to Rice Claude.
Tell Hermes Claude to also have the functionality for ending session. So like the verbiage would be end session followed by whatever panel name.
Got it, sent that to Hermes Claude.
Oh, wait, I forgot. This was the whole point. So I can just do this now. See if it works. Name this pane Rice Codex.
Got it, this pane is now Rice Codex.
All right, and now we're gonna try the new start session in Rice Codex. Codex.
Starting a Codex session in Rice Claude.
No, stop. Let's try this again.
Stopped trickery.
It doesn't like recognizing my right hand very well. I trained it on my left. Let's see if we can get it to work on my right hand, maybe. Start a codex session in Rice Codex pane.
Starting a Codex session in Rice Claude.
My God. Oh, it's going off the first word. Okay. Hey,
I know, trickery, ominous opening, excellent dramatic timing. What happened? Hermes Claude wrapped up the task.
All right, I know what's going on. It's the same thing as stream. If it has the same, immediately recognize it off the first word. It's like, oh, I said the word rice, and it's shared between them. It's not listening for the whole phrase. It's somehow like routing it as soon as it just detects the first word matches. We gotta fix that because it also has prevented me from naming anything with stream in the title. Let's go through the liked playlists. We got any new faces here? We got all the usual crew. But I'll keep advertising it. Trying to get everyone on board with this concept. You guys are just showing up on the Twitch side of things. You can hop over to the YouTube version if you want to listen to the stream without music. But if you're on YouTube, you want to join the party, then come over to Twitch. There's music over here. And no copyright strikes. I don't know about the white. That looks a little crazy. Is that actually just plain? That can't be plain white, dude. It's like these EQ bars are white. This is like off white. Looks weird. Anytime I ask for its name, Hermes tries to do a stream command instead. All right, what was Rice Codex going to look at? I don't even remember. I got lost now from stuff not working. Okay, good. We're only an hour away now from the Claude reset because I went to go eat dinner. So we bought ourselves a little bit of time. The body text looks off-white. Not fully white. I can see the EQ bars and some thumbnails.
Rice Claude
And
completed the
a
task.
dolphin the Explorer that are much wider, and the text over taskbar icons. We'll wait till it drops so I can take a screenshot to show it this. This text is not white.
Rice Claude squash the bug.
Yeah, dude, I'm not dreaming. Like this text is off white. This is not white. Yeah, like even this bullet point is more white than the text. I can see a direct comparison right here. Like I'm not going crazy. Claude's telling me the settings say it's supposed to be white. Well, we'll fix it. All right, so let's reload the stream avatars because
Rice Claude wants you to choose an option.
All right. The body text is already pure, measured. The off-white look is anti-aliasing on black. Want me to change the font rendering to make it look white crisper? These are global, affecting all themes. The gray is just edge anti-aliasing. More pixels and read wider. Affects all terminals. Interesting. Don't worry about it.
Hermes Claude's done with the fix.
Pane addressing now matches the leading name per token with fuzzy tolerance. Stream commands, route stream commands, pane. The Nightbot intent now bails when the utterance leads with a registered pane name. So it works even on the meta
Rice
escape
Claude
commands.
paused to ask you something.
Don't have a stream name pane. Let's see if it fixed the text on the red theme. Yeah, this looks a lot more usable to me. This solid wall of red was like overwhelming.
Rice Claude wrapped up the investigation.
All right. Let's make sure the other themes didn't get affected. Nope, this one still looks the best to me. I'm such a sucker for cyan on black. This is crazy.
Hermes Claude finished looking into it.
Crazy tunes. Crazy tunes. All right. Who should we animate next? Oh, let's animate the other siren. One of my characters seems to always be that character. It's on my playlist. All right, I'm gonna skip the second drop on that one.
Ad break incoming.
Oh, why did it make her head glow red? Oh, I forgot to power up this time. We're all gonna die by the 30-second mark. We need to tune down the ratio of like gremlins to players and their spawn frequency a little bit. When we're at 10 viewers or less, by a decent amount, and then we need the current settings to be what's normal for when there's 20 viewers, and we need a lerp between the two tunings from 10 to 20 viewers. It's always funny when a new person shows up in the stream and everybody just died during the ad break. It's like, what's going on here? Stumbled into a war zone. See how this animation turned out. Hey, the Magi 2, his attack animation looks like it is getting cut super short. There's no return frames for him for returning to idle. It's like the apex of his attack where he's like fully extended. That's it. And actually, let me see. That might be my fault. Let me double check. Yeah, all right. It's the fault of the animation. Wait. Where do you add a preset?
Tunes balance Claude completed the task.
Oh, my presets. Oh my god, dude, this would save me so much time. Slowly figuring out tools. I really hope Kling sticks around for a while. I've spent a lot of time learning their pretty awesome.
Hermes Claude finished investigating.
Like when you want to tackle anything else. Yep, okay. See how purple looks for a minute. All right, guys. We're cruising into the part of the 12-hour stream where everyone in the US is going to sleep. They got work tomorrow or whatever. But then Europe wakes up like 2 a.m. or so. Europe starts showing up. That's going to be pretty chill. I'm just going to animate a bunch of characters. We got to try to max out the Claude session. Let's see. Yeah, that's not good. That's unusable at 10 FPS. All right, we got some new tuning on the spawn rate for the invasion.
Claude wants you to choose an option.
Mm. Mm.
Claude finished planning.
Yo, what? Our follower goal reset. Oh, it must reset at midnight instead of that's stupid. Stupid. Hey, our like follower goal overlay for the day, it just I think it reset on me at midnight potentially. Could you see what's going on? I haven't stopped streaming. My stream hasn't been interrupted at all. It should be based on me streaming on OBS. And also kind of intelligently look and see if I've had an 8-hour break before the previous stream. So if I have a bunch of disconnects or something, it doesn't restart it thinking that's the start of a new stream. All right, we lost our follower progress bar today. That's sad. I think that Claude coded it to reset at midnight my time. Yeah, it's 12:08 right now. I think when it thought daily follower goal, it meant literally synced to midnight, which is dumb. It's supposed to be per stream. New tech. I work out the bugs. All right, so we adjusted the spawn rate on the gremlins. See what happens in the next invasion. All right, let's see if we get an attack animation.
Toon's Claude completed the task.
Dude, this song, crazy sound. Whoa. Sorry, it's restarting the bot a few times there. Oh, dude, our YouTube stream ended. Did it end? That doesn't make any sense. No, I'm still streaming. Why did that number fail? All right, let's see where we're at. Ah, we fucked it up. The prompt. I only do one cling video at a time because yeah, it saves a lot of credits when you catch each little tweak you have to do to the prompt. And it's really annoying having to rejuggle the images around for all the characters if I try to do multiple at once. I've done that workflow before. It's not that fun. I probably could have a second tab open though. If we do multiple characters. Need a better witch. I don't like the current witch. She's really boring, and there's only one of her too. All right, let's make a disease witch, and then let's make a let's make like a crow witch. Oh, dude, she looks so much better. Oh my gosh. Oh, they look sick. We'll just throw this prompt out one more time.
Ad break incoming.
Pretty sick. All right, a bunch of us lived that time. The gremlin spawn rate got nerfed a little bit. It scales now. Yeah. Can't wait for this other character to be animated.
Tunes balance, Claude's done with the task.
All right, guys. All right. The crit numbers are getting a little bit of extra attention. Nice. Rolling.
Tunes balance, Claude paused to ask you something.
Um, I need to crank up the color contrast in a lot of these characters. I got kind of lazy, and then once I got to the goblins, I started to realize I was like, I think the designs are good on these characters. They're just all so like pale in the colors that they are. I really wish our ice wizard looked way more saturated. His blue colors. I'm gonna saturate the crap out of the red wizard. I use the same way where the design is good, but like all right, I think we hit our Claude limit. Nope, they're still going. It says I'm at 100% though. All right, we capped out Claude. 20 minutes to spare. All right, sliding window axe over UDP. This is something Avalanche brought up as something that you can never learn by studying. Got a kickbot. Awesome tune. All right. She's gonna get hooked up, and then I think the rest of the characters, I need to do some image processing to them. I need more contrast. I'm gonna make the world sense way more black and white. I'm gonna make all three of the goblins like red and blue and stand apart from each other a little bit, not be so washed out and brownish. The fire wizard, I'm gonna make him like bright red and orange, really bright. And then we got to figure out how to process which witch we want to use, and we got to figure out how to process them. I think she looks the coolest for a disease witch. She looks pretty goopy. They're just like, these are just straight plague doctors. These don't even look like witches. This could maybe be a witch. This could be a witch. Yeah, they look too much like plague doctors on a bunch of them. Instead of being like humanish. I think this one's pretty sick. There's something about the colors I don't particularly like. Beast Kid Kevin. What you working on? What's up? We're working on these little characters at the bottom of the screen. We're animating more of them. We're gonna increase the color contrast on a few of them. Yeah, we're gonna replace some of them too. The witches are pretty terrible looking. I think this is the winner. This is the winner. She looks cool as shit. We're gonna make a shadow crow version of one of these witches next. That'll be our two witch choices. And I'm gonna spread the color differences apart on the goblins a little bit. A little too pastel. Yeah, we're making more characters and we're animating them in Kling, and then Claude is pulling them into my engine. But Claude hit the meter, the limit. Claude maxed out, and it resets in 3 minutes. So once we get Claude back, ad break incoming. Oh. Dude, yes, the numbers look like freaking Maple's story. It's so cool. We're almost there. We're gonna add more juice. That looks so cool. It's gonna get even better. I've got so many ideas. All right, a good number of us lived. The tuning worked. All right, I'll be right back. That was a vicious ad break. We survived, though. All right. Did we reset? Yes, Claude should reset. All right, we're gonna have our other characters soon.
Claude paused to ask you something. Toon's Claude wrapped up the task. Toon's balance Claude wrapped up the task. Claude wrapped up the investigation.
All right, we're getting into the dead of the night on a weeknight. Thanks for chilling here, you guys. Been a cool day so far. FABLE destroyed a crazy amount of tokens.
Creeder Claude's done with the fix. Creeder Claude has a question for you. Toon's Claude finished looking into it. Claude has a question for you. Toons Claude answered that for you.
Yo, OE Solly, what's up? How's it going? We're vibe coding with Fable today. Fable feels kind of pointless to me. For what I'm doing. Fable's banned in Poland.
Toons balance Claude's done with the task.
Oh no, why? It's not that great. It just melts tokens. I don't know. It's good for like greenfield like projects, maybe. I feel like it's not worth the token burn. I feel like you just get so much more work done out of Opus. All right, Planet Opus and Science doing the work. Yeah, now it's like you write the plan of Fable and then Opus does the work, I guess. All right. We got some new improvements. Can you hack a Pentagon with Fable? Fable really that good? Nah, it's not that good so far. So far all it did is make the performance in my video editor worse. I try to get it to hardware accelerate things, and right now it runs at 10 FPS.
Creeder Claude completed the task.
All right, we're starting up Fable on some more tough stuff. How's job hunt? Got certain applied to mute? No, I've only applied to one job in the last 2 weeks. I'm really stupid. I need to be applying to more jobs, but the Fable release today just was like, you know, it was like it's a big moment. I couldn't miss for the stream, you know? So I could not resist streaming today. Um, I need to apply to a bunch of jobs in the next like week. Dude, I just feel so close to like so much cool stuff being done, you know, for the Nuldrums stuff. Like all these characters having animations, having a ton of animations. We have all these different events and stuff on the ad breaks. And I finished my video short series for the Nuldrums and published those on YouTube. And I'm going to get a bunch of YouTube videos published. And it's just like, as soon as I start interviewing as soon as I even start applying and interviewing, a bunch of my time is going to just disappear. And especially once I have to get a job again. So I don't know. I feel like I'm not quite done yet with like the binge of like Nuldrums stuff that I want to get done and posted on the internet, you know, and out there for people to experience and think about and enjoy. Because I just know it's going to crawl at a snail's pace when I get a job again. I'll only be able to put like 30 hours a week into stuff instead of like 100. Or it's more like 80, I'd say on average, 80 to 100. Or maybe ADHD is killing your progress. Your personal project, full-time job, and 5-year-old daughter. Yeah, I don't know, man. There is people out there like freaking. There's people out there that have jobs and manage to do side projects and grow like a YouTube channel and all this crazy stuff, and it blows my mind. And they have like a family and like children and stuff and a full-time job. Like Primogen did that. This other YouTuber, basically homeless. He like built a computer and a toilet and all this stupid stuff. Made videos about it on YouTube. He was also a guy with a full-time job and multiple kids. He still managed to like complete these crazy side projects and document and make really excellent YouTube videos out of them. And it did so well that he was able to quit his job. Somehow there's some people out there that juggle it, but I'm like, it blows my mind. I'm like, dude, I don't know. It takes up enough of my time just even just cooking food for myself to eat. And like trying to be slightly healthy just at all. Can't imagine. Trying to juggle a job and kids, that's crazy, man. But somehow some people manage to do that and really do some amazing things in their side projects too. I don't get it. All right, guys, did I restart the characters? Yeah. The really cool looking sirens finally animated. All right. We gotta increase the color contrast on some of the goblins. And we gotta increase the color contrast on the world synths and one of the magi. They're very drab look. I wish I had remembered to increase the color contrast on literally every other character on the screen right now, or most of them, especially Magi 2. So I might redo some of them after I do some processing on their images.
Ad break incoming.
All right, here we go. It's gonna be one of the coolest ad breaks yet. I juiced up some of the visuals on the like critical damage numbers, the health bars. Oh, it looks so sick now. Yeah, we kicked ass that time. That was crazy. Looked awesome too. Yeah, that's what I've been prompting Claude to do the last hour, is juicing it. So each time, so the health bars do a little shake each time you get hit, and they shake in the way that the damage gets notched out. So they only shake to the left, but they have a little tiny bit of random vertical positionings that they choose for the single shake per each damage hit on the health bar. And it happens over just 2 frames for the shake each time on the health bar. And then the other thing that's happening is the damage numbers, the crit numbers now do a little shake between 5 and like, or 4 and like 6 times. It chooses a random XY position to jump to, and that is also a random either 2 or 3 frame animation per position jump on the shake. And even sometimes there's 1 frame jumps on the position shake for the critical damage numbers. So that's what my one of my friends likes to call the juice in game design. So now that we have the basics working, we're going to keep adding the juice to make it look more glued together and make it more dopamine hitting and even sicker looking. I have some other ideas that I just fed it. There's some other bugs too, like the white chase down bar and the health bar was never displaying because the timer for the chase down meter on the health bar was getting reset with every single damage hit the gremlins were taking. So we never saw that animation of the chase down where you can get chunked and you see the damage difference, and it's a white bar that's underneath the colored progress bar. And that white bar then does a gradual delayed chase down after the colored bar takes the initial chunk of damage, so you can see how much damage got registered physically on health bars. It's a very common technique. It's used in like League of Legends and Dota and just about everything. So that chase down wasn't even playing correctly this entire time on the gremlins. I realized because it was getting reset every time. So I'm giving it all these rules about to delay and let a bunch of queued pile of damage queue up and then force the chase down at 25% health intervals or 3 seconds. Anyways, that's the entire technical jargon about what made that fight look awesome now. That's all the stuff I fed Claude in the last hour. There's a lot that goes into game dev polish. A lot of details.
Cadden Live Claude squashed the bug.
It looks like most of the same crews here, but I keep advertising this. If you guys feel like watching the stream without music, you can now tune into the YouTube version of the stream. And if you feel like watching the stream with music, then stay on the Twitch version. Yeah, I'm gonna just keep that going forward. So that'll be my new rule for probably the next month. We'll try to do this. It's Fable Day. Fable Day. Fable Day. Oh, I bet we could recolor all of the quads or all of the characters that I want to recolor. Flint. Okay, we got our beer keg.
Claude finished looking into it.
All right, was Caden? This is our Fable worker.
Claude finished investigating.
Hell yeah! All right, we're going to GPU land on our video editor, which it hasn't been in this whole time. That's why it's performing like garbage.
Tunes balance Claude's done with the task. CAD and Live Claude wrapped up the investigation.
I didn't say that didn't look like it was on the GPU at all. It was zero difference.
CAD and Live Claude finished looking into it. CAD and Live Claude finished investigating.
All right, guys. I'm thinking we have forked every piece of software to make it AI native, other than a music DAW. I was kind of against that for a little bit, but I think now I might actually fork Reaper and compile it from source, just like we have with everything else. And I might turn Reaper into an AI native DAW that looks and feels exactly like Ableton.
Cadden Live Claude finished the bug fix. Cadden Live Claude finished investigating. Ad break incoming.
I didn't reload.
Claude needs you to pick an option.
Reaper is proprietary.
Claude has a question for you.
Whoa. All right, you guys. We're chilling. I am cooking up a plan for making an Ableton replacement inside of Linux. I think we need to literally make our own from scratch. And build it in Zig. Because the only open source alternative sounds ancient and clunky. It's written in C++. And I'm already seeing kind of what that's like with Kden Live. The amount of work we're having to do to get Kden Live to be performant and modern and run on the GPU and stuff is pretty crazy. And that's just how, if somebody built a new video editor right now, that's how they would build it. They would build it to take full advantage of your GPU the whole time you're using it. Dig? Yeah. Yep. So I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to build a DAW from scratch in Zig, just like my game engine. Why not Rust?
Kden Live Claude wrapped up the task.
We could do Rust. I don't know. I just like Zig. It's like Zig. I feel like the AI is able to work with it really well and make things like very fast. You know what I mean? Very performant. You're a Rust guy? You're a Rust station? What have you been vibe coding? Oh, it's Solly? You work full time with Python right now? Oh, nice. What characters should we... Oh, I'm not animating any of the characters because I'm trying to sort out their contrast levels first. You're in the data scraping extraction field. Oh, okay. Pretty cool. A lot of Python. Makes sense. All right. Done. What I built. A real bridge primitive plus CLI verb, not a throwaway. Filter reply. Bro, this already looks so much better. Oh my god, this looks so much better. So one of the problems I have in Midjourney is the profiles. All the profiles I have, it generates some pretty decent looking stuff, right? Like these characters you got. Like you look at this, you're like, wow, that's pretty decent. Then when you look closer and you look at all of them combined, they all look almost like pastel colored. And they don't have any like true blacks like at all. Like their blacks are all like milky and washed out. Like this is one of the deepest blacks I've ever seen on a Midjourney image for some reason with these profiles that I made, the fantasy profiles. So I realized, unfortunately, you know, I did this process to make the images a lot more contrasty in Photoshop before making video clips, and I don't know why I did not think to do it to any of the characters on the screen. So now we're automating this process of taking the Midjourney images and increasing their contrast. These characters would be awesome in a side-scroller type game. You can make it like a mini fighting game, maybe like a mobile game app. Yeah, I think that's what we might do. Like once I get everything, because I'm gonna add hit reactions and death animations and They're gonna have an eating and drinking emotes and like jump animations and cheering emotes. They're gonna eventually reach this point. We'll just keep building up the fidelity of the stream simulation, and then we can literally take all their assets once they're super cleaned up and much nicer looking, and yeah, we could literally make like Maple Story. We could make like Nuldrums Maple Story, like just some MMO or something. I found some really cheap servers from Contabo. That's nice. I figured out, I'm pretty sure I can run a test MMO for like $100 a month on Contabo. Bare metal dedicated servers. But you have to pay for a whole year up front. Look at this. $86 a month compared to Hetzner. Yeah, I compared to Hetzner. Contabo was cheaper. I had a whole Grok discussion about it. Contabo looked cheaper, but it has less locations. That's how I ended up on it. Because I think that what I can do is, like Contabo, I looked at, I can have if I have an American server for anything, it'd be 100, it'd be 86 a month, 64 gigs of RAM, 1 terabyte of storage, which would just hold like the player database pretty much. Unlimited traffic, AMD Ryzen 9 7900, 12 cores. I think Hetzner might be better in some ways. Hetzner actually has unlimited traffic. Contabo has unlimited with like a little asterisk. But they have US Central. That's pretty big. Yeah, it looks like 12 core, 3.7 gigahertz. If I want a 24 and an AMD EPYC processor, it's 152 a month.
CAD
But basically,
and Live Claude wrapped up the investigation.
This is probably what we would run the a little 2D side scroller MMO like Maple Story with these characters on, like just 24/7. Like I'll pay 150 a month, easy. And it sounds like it could probably handle a substantial amount of traffic, like a couple thousand players before I'd have to care about scaling at all. And we have a couple thousand players, then I would definitely have enough money to pay for more servers to run, you know? Yeah, I'd run the characters could be global. We can use Postgres and have like some pieces of it synced across all servers, maybe like people's characters and accounts, or at least have like some read copies of just the global character accounts. I think that'd be really cool. You just bounce around any region. I don't know how that'd work, actually. That's interesting. I need to think about that. Yeah, I talked to Grok, and I can't remember why I decided on Contabo versus Hetzner. Those are the two contenders, though, basically. It's either Hetzner or Contabo. And I want a server in the middle of the U.S., so St. Louis is a good spot, or like Kansas City. So U.S. Central, I think, is huge for a live service game. I think it's more important that you get a good U.S. Central server than having both West and East Coast. And then for Europe, I think we'd have the server in Germany. And I saw Contabo and Hetzner, their only Asia server options were Singapore, but that's still pretty solid. For a little 2D side scroller MMO where you're just grinding mindlessly like Maple Story, I think the latency isn't too crazy. This guy's like, it's not even. Oh man, this is such a random tangent. Little Twitter spat. I can't believe I got so many likes on that.
Ad break incoming.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Let's reload. What's going on in my GPU, man? Oh no, it's about normal. I don't know why the ad break animation's stuttering. That's the first time it's ever done that. How's the backend will look for that? REST API? For your side scroller MMO? Yes. Probably for the database calls, I'd imagine. Because it might live on a different server than the actual game simulation server. MMOs split up. They even when they scale, they even split up the server workload. Oh, dude, the health bars look so sick now. Oh my god. Survived. That was pretty good. That's pretty good. Nobody used the power up, and only about half of us survived. That's pretty good. That's a good ratio. I think we finally got the tuning right. So if we used the power up, even more people would have lived. You died, but it looked cool. Yeah, that's what matters. So Solly, I don't know. I guess that's how you make a call to the database from the game server. It's probably through a REST API. I know there's some tricks that you're supposed to do so that you're not actually doing a query to the database every single time somebody just like picks up a gold coin in a game or something like that. But I'm sure it's not hard to solve. The fact that it's a solved problem means AI would be really helpful for building it, right? You're working on your browser game, maybe I'll have his shit, and I have a REST backend for that since I don't care about latency. Oh, nice. Yeah, the only thing I can think of that's a big operation is if like I don't know. I feel like you don't want to send like a message every time somebody picks up a gold coin. Like you might want to batch like item pickups or something like that. You might want to batch like gear swaps or something people are doing when they're trying to figure shit out so they can't like they're not spamming the database every single time they just switch around a gear piece. Um you have to in real time on like a single thread or something like update when a creature dies, you know, or when a player dies. Um and to some extent all their health values changing too. I was thinking since these characters are so stylized, you just make the weapons the variation as visual changes and skills to make it simpler to design though. Like the android like girl, she could like get a jetpack jump kick some. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. We are pretty limited. Like we can't have like swappable gear pieces and crap like Maple Story. because what you see is what you get with Midjourney. We need like we need real artists, and we need stuff that's actually built to be modular from scratch, to pull off something like that. So it'd be kind of just like a kind of a toy game, I think, until like somebody could really redraw some stuff. You lose a little bit of personality though as soon as you put swappable gear pieces in, like an MMO, right? You can't. That's part of why like hero shooters and stuff do so well. They can get really extreme with their designs, and they can be very
Claude
unique
wrapped
to
up
each
the
character.
investigation.
Okay, we're trying to improve my interface. We're getting a new tool in Krita that will give me the equivalent of selective color filters in Photoshop, which is really important for getting really bright, contrasty, specific colors on the different characters. So, like the Fox Queen, she needs to be like bright red. Right now, she's kind of a mushy red. And that's because that's what Midjourney tends to do for some reason. It pastels the shit out of everything. And it looks really cool at like first, and then I look at it again and again. I'm like, oh, yeah, wait a minute. This is super mushy. That's part of when people are like, the AI art looks like soulless. That's part of why. Is it just like makes everything like milky, and contrast isn't as far apart. It's that, and also just how it mangles like details and stuff. That part's harder to fix though, but the milky, muddy color palette issues are easy to fix with any image editor. Dude, this guy has been working nonstop on Caden Live for a little bit, and that's what's making me feel like our Zig-based DAW is going to be super speedy, fast, and way better. Oh, hey, it's telling me my GitHub token is no longer valid. Codex can't access my GitHub? What the heck? All right, let's get Codex to just start building this Zig-based DAW. I really don't want to wait on Fable reset.
Caden Live Claude finished looking into it.
The headache I am seeing for what should be so simple for Kdenlive, which is use Vulkan or OpenGL. Every frame of video is literally just a freaking quad being drawn on the screen in Vulkan or OpenGL. Doesn't have to be that complicated. On the GPU. Nice space. Apparently is a massive headache in Kdenlive because it's absolutely ancient. It's just all built around sequential single CPU process shenanigans. So this headache I'm running into with getting our video editor to be performant that we forked is also making me that's what's steering me towards like
Live Claude finished digging into it.
Dude, it would have been the same. It's the same amount of work if I just started making my own video editor now. Point. A lot of ways. All right, Codex is going to start building our audio DAW made in Zig because I have 3 weekly resets.
Caden Live Claude wrapped up the investigation.
For Codex, so I'm going to burn through all of those. It would be interesting to have Fable be the one in charge of designing an Ableton Live clone in Linux, but Fable's just is burning too much precious resources. Like the Claude tokens are so precious for everything like art related, basically, like processing the animations for the characters or getting this contrast tool working in Krita. Everything that's like artsy, I really would rather have Claude for. So we're not going to wait. We're going to spend Codex tokens on building this audio DAW.
Claude needs your input before it continues. CAD and Live Claude finished looking into it.
Hey, we legitimately gave Fable a really hard problem to solve here with trying to increase the performance of the video editor and have it run all the video rendering on the GPU instead of the CPU. Like, this has actually been a super challenging thing for Fable to figure out. I'm gonna go to some 90s jungle for a minute. Some atmospheric D&B. Back.
CAD and Live Claude finished the task. CAD and Live Claude finished investigating. Far lower goal Claude's done with the fix.
Yes, dude, this is a dream tool. Look at this thing. Woo! Dude, I can color anything any way I want now. I can fix the colors however I want from whatever Midjourney gives me.
Ad break incoming.
Ooh, why is it clipping like that? Go too high, it starts to really clip. All the times I needed something like this, you can't even count, really? I'll just go vibe code it, man. Download Krita. Ask Claude for the equivalent of selective colors. Photoshop. That's basically how I got to where I am. I was like, what do we have in Krita that's like selective colors? Because I freaking need it. And it's like, oh, go here, do this thing.
Claude has 2 questions for you.
I want to take like this burgundy banner and just make it really red. All I want to do. Might have to make a mask layer and then paint. It's not worth the effort. Like AI trash art.
Claude wrapped up the investigation. Acadin Live Claude has your answer.
Oh, dude, that's responsive. Whoa, that's way more responsive on the video editor. Okay, Fable was cooking on this the whole day in 3 separate sessions. Look at that. The frames load instantly. Running at 30 frames a second. Right. Fable might have done it, but it took it all day.
Acadin Live Claude wrapped up the task. Acadin Live Claude finished investigating. Claude finished the bug fix.
How's it going, you guys? Take it We're up to 19 viewers on Twitch again. I take it Europe is waking up. Fable 5 came out. We're still on our Fable 5 bender for the day. Fable 5 is busy improving the performance of the open source DAW that I forked, Kden Live. A lot of
Kden Live Claude wrapped up the investigation.
the playback and everything in the video editor was bottlenecked at like a single threaded CPU process. So we converted it to use the GPU instead for playback and frame rendering and stuff in the video editor. So it was a pretty low level technical meaty task for the day. I think it was well worth burning Fable tokens on that. And then Codex, I found out I have 3 weekly resets to use. So Codex alone is going to build an entire Ableton replacement for Linux from Zig. We had a cake box. That looks way better. I don't know what it fixed, but this looks way better. So it got the performance to be GPU accelerated and much better on Kden Live. Now it's now I'm trying to get it to fix how pixelated everything looks in the preview window all the time. That part drives me a little crazy.
Kden Live Claude wrapped up the investigation.
After I make a cross-channel color adjustment filter, am I able to just like double click this or something and open up the graph again and then change it?
Claude stopped for a clarifying question.
Yeah, we're gonna add some more color to the characters before I keep going crazy animating them. This one I like being that color. I kind of like how neutral those. This guy looks way better with coloring. Yeah, he looks a lot better. Guy looks better. Maybe. I don't know. I think he might look cool. Yeah, Noli looks better. That's more like what he should. This is close to the original. This is way trippier. Okay, we have a lot of work to do then. Oh, anybody that's new in the stream that's tuning in for the first time today, I figured out I could multi-stream to YouTube with no music. No music at all playing if you tune into the YouTube version of the stream now. So it's always your choice to have music or not. You can just bounce back and forth between the two of them. Yeah, he looks just gray and fucking boring. Okay.
CAD and Live Claude finished looking into it. CAD and Live Claude answered that for you.
Man, none of these kickbots follow you anymore. It's sad.
Ad break incoming. CAD and Live Claude's done with the fix. CAD and Live Claude finished digging into it.
Wow, we got murdered this time. The heck? Yeah, weird. I don't know why it was so much more intense. All right, this guy's supposed to be more like blue. Whoa, stop it. Oh, no. Oh my God, please, no. I hate this, dude.
Follow a goal, Claude paused to ask you something. Cadden Live Claude wrapped up the investigation.
All right, we're gonna fix any characters that have really like boring and drab colors. It's because Midjourney just loves doing.
Follow a goal, Claude has a question for you. CAD and Live Claude's done with the task.
All right, we're done with Fable for the rest of tonight. We're gonna do a lot of non-Fable stuff. So animating the characters is on pause right now until I figure out if I need to recolor or how to recolor a bunch of them. They need to basically be more saturated and more contrasty.
Follow a goal, Claude finished the fix.
Yeah, I don't know. It can't fix the color on this follower bar and like subscriber bar for some reason when I'm on the cyan color scheme. I expect it to be better.
Claude wrapped up the investigation.
That looks great, actually, just by itself. I don't feel like I needed just any of these colors. This looks perfect. He's got like gold. He's got bright cyan, like water. It looks nice and bright. Looks like the desert water wizard. It's freaking cool looking. I'll try messing around with his colors, but I actually really like where. Yeah, that looks stupid, making his beard blue. The more I ramp this up here. Yeah, it's just making his beard blue. I love this. This is great. How's it going, everybody? I had a lot of energy at the start of today's stream. This is the 4 a.m. toil away and work, you know? We are trying to recolor all of the, or a lot of the characters. Because look at the difference. This is the current Magi 2. He just looks like washed out. And look at him with this color filter on him. He looks amazing. Amazing. This guy too. This guy went from looking super boring to looking incredible, and we might add him back to the roster.
Character throwing Claude's done with the task.
This guy did not need more saturation. He was already good. He looks like, maybe I could get like a midpoint. That's pretty extreme. This guy really needed it. Let's see what this guy looks like now. That looks way better. That's like how I was picturing him. Yeah, look how washed out Midjourney is by default. Look at this. This is default Midjourney. This is what I always get on the first shot. Like, the form will be cool, the design will be cool, but the colors are terrible. Then I have to iterate a lot to push them. Maybe he looks a little too orangey, but it's pretty sick. He looks way more like a fire mage now. Yeah, like that. Yeah, that looks sick. Oh, he's going to be awesome.